Can you tell Sean to adjust the score?
So the screen is a little button.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Mardyke in Cork. We're here for the Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy. We're in the first over. We've had a slight technical difficulty that stopped us bringing the first couple of balls to you, but I'll bring you up to date as soon as possible. Well, that is the end of the first over. There are no runs on the board, but already Phoenix has suffered the loss of a first wicket. Shane Getgate departed second ball LBW to Peter Francis. And so Phoenix find themselves at the end of the first over, 0 for the loss of one wicket. And not the ideal start for them. Well, it's a beautiful day down here in Cork. There's a bit of cloud cover at the moment, but it's a great day for playing cricket. Not too hot, not too cold, and most importantly, no sign of rain. Marrion and Phoenix in the Butlers Irish Senior Cup final. Phoenix last won this competition. In fact, the only time they won this competition was in 1986. Marrion far more recently visited the winner's circle. Their first win came in 2010 and their second in 2016, and they're looking for their third here now with this 2024 edition of the final. Good crowd building up here at the Mardyke. I'm sure both clubs have brought a sizable travelling support, but also hoping that a number of locals will come down and watch this. We're down in Cork, of course. Cork County celebrating 150 years. Although I believe, although I wasn't here myself, that cricket was played here as early as the 1850s in the Mardyke, the Richard Beamish grounds. We're into a second over now. Finally, Levon Shields gets to face some deliveries, having seen a change of partner in the first over at the far end. We'll be bringing you the graphics of what's happening. There we go, instantly for you. And finally, Phoenix are on the board. Single taken. That'll bring Jack Lawler onto strike. Lovely ground down here in Cork. Both teams made the journey down last night. I believe they were staying in the River Lee Hotel here in Cork, meaning they're both fully refreshed for today's game. 1 for 1 then in the second over. This is a 50 over game. I was talking with local Ted Williamson earlier, and Ted was mentioning that he thought that this wicket, well, the way he put it was old style, where you might have to grind out a score. Boundaries here at the Mardyke, quite short. Stanton is bowling from the walk end, Mardyke walk end. Left arm around the wicket. And that's the end of the second over. And just the one run on the board. But Phoenix will be happier. No wickets conceded, and that's over. Third over now, second one for Peter Francis from the river end. As I say, the boundary's quite short straight here, 40-45 metres, but it's much bigger, 60 metres either side of the wicket. Lovely wicket prepared by Cork County, fittingly for such an event. Yes, Ted Williamson was saying that this could be a wicket where you need to get in. We've sort of said the same about Sydney Parade in Dublin, where if you face sort of 30-40 deliveries, then you could find yourself in. Very easy to catch up later on in an innings, but hard to get a start going. Well, there we go. What a glorious shot that is from Shields. He's just driven that one straight back past the bowler, straight down the 45 metres, and it reaches the sight screen. And 4 more runs for Phoenix. And certainly Shields and the travelling Phoenix support will be a lot happier for having seen the first boundary of the day. Another good ball, left outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. 2 slips in place, as you might expect during the power play. Just the 2 players outside the circle. And in the traditional positions of third and long leg. Strong side put out by both teams today. We'll take you through those sides as and when we can. And that's a very good delivery, bouncing. And in fact, one might say that Shields did well to drop his hands away from that one. Francis having picked up that wicket in his first over. What a way to start your Butlers Irish Senior Cup final. Johnny Kennedy agreeing with the bowler. And that saw the end of Shane Getgate. Without scoring, without any score on the Phoenix board. Oh, attempted drive at that one again, but just short of a length, and that took it up. And it went past the edge of the bat, but this is another impressive over in what is proving to be very quickly a very impressive spell by Peter Francis. Often given the difficult task of opening the bowling. But seems to have slipped into a rhythm straight away. This one in the air. The fielder down at third will collect it in front of good Phoenix support. As I say, people making their way down here today from the 2 clubs. Coming down the N7, the M8. It's not a bad little run down, and do it in a couple of hours. Well, let's say just over a couple of hours, in case the local law enforcement will be following me home. So, Stanton to continue from the walk end, Mardake walk end. Certainly plenty of encouragement in the field at the moment. And why wouldn't there be? First wicket down, a bit of encouragement for the Marrion bowlers. Stanton bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. pushed a little more into the pitch. Defended out in the offside. Played away to point. They take on the single and the throw. A little errant. And they get through for the single. That brings Lawler back on strike. Lawler, of course, who hit the headlines as soon as he landed in the country. Scored a double century. And in the Leinster Leagues, he's averaging over 36. And it's been an excellent addition to this Marrion side this year. Plays that one square on the offside. Picks up the single. And after the franticness of the first over or so, things starting to just relax into a final now. Nicely played away again. This time Shields plays it down towards the city side of the ground. And another single. You'd almost be tempted to say that Phoenix rebuilding their innings after that early loss, but to be honest with you, nothing was built, so it's just a building process for them now, and that's what they're doing, slowly picking up their singles, just getting bat on ball, starting to feel a bit better about the day. The man who has my sympathies at the moment is the one who's back in the pavilion, Shane Getgate, coming all the way down to Cork. Just those two deliveries before he was on his way. Francis now will start his third over. We'll be halfway through the power play. This is the fifth over. And already on the pitch, we're seeing just a bit of pitch repairs. This one coming off the pitch and thudding into Lawler's bat. It just drops out the leg side. Marrion was just 3 on the leg side. Sam Harbison it is with the ball, handing it over. He's at mid-on, then at mid-wicket, and then that man, as we spoke about, down at long leg. 2 slips in place, third man behind point. Man in the covers and a man at extra cover, really. Lawler lets that one go through to the keeper, and perhaps quite wisely too. Francis has hit a good line and length from the off here, and that's reflected in his figures, having bowled 14 balls, 1 for 5. So out of those 14 balls, 1 took a wicket, 1 went for a boundary, 1 went for a single, and the rest have been dots. And that's a very impressive start, opening spell by Peter Francis. Forcing Lawler onto the back foot, plays it out into the covers, no run there. Sky starting to brighten up a bit as the sun does its best to burn off this cloud. Excellent crowd down the far end, you can see, just at the top right of your screen. This time, it is in fact Sam Harbison who does the fielding. Lovely wicket prepared by the curator here at Cork County at the Mardyke, the Richard Beamish Cricket Grounds. Still plenty of chatter amongst the fielders. And why wouldn't there be? Plenty of encouragement from Francis in his bowling. Nearly taking just an edge off the bat that wanted to be nowhere near the ball. You can see Lawler was looking to leave that. In fact, the ball almost followed his bat. You see on your screen, current run rate just over 2. Well, ignore that completely. The most important figure there is overs remaining. 45 to go after this delivery. Doesn't need to be a helter-skelter start. And that's a fine maiden for Peter Francis, and Marrion will be delighted with that now. Score after 5 overs has moved on to 10 for the loss of that 1 wicket. And it's been a, shall we say, a frantic start. Cork County, of course, hosts today of this Butlers Irish Senior Cup final, celebrating their 150 years, 1874. Stanton gets another one to just go past the edge of Shields' bat, thumping into the keeper's gloves. And these players are standing in the footsteps of some of the game's greats who have appeared here at the Mardyke. Certainly premier English batsman in the 1990s, Graham Gooch, has played here. Shields deciding just to keep Stanton at bay at the moment. And of course, one of the names that always comes to mind when you're talking about cricket and cricket history, the great W.G. Grace has appeared here at the Mardyke. He was bowled for 1, insisted on staying until he was sent on his way. Perhaps not the happiest of memories for WG playing at the Mardyke, but it just goes to show the depth of history there is in Munster cricket, and especially Mardyke cricket. Well, Shields and Lawler create a single from the last ball of the over. Stanton's 3 overs now have cost us 6 runs, and he's providing Marrion with a superb start, along with Peter Francis, who will continue from the river end. 11 for 1 after 6 overs. Well, we were certainly saying earlier that this is a pitch that you need to get in on first, and then you can do your catching up. Another one just clipped around the corner by Shields, goes down to long leg, and they just take the single. Nice work in the gully, and it creates a bit of hesitation between the batsmen. Shields thought there may have been one there, but the fine fielding just behind point kept it to another dot ball. Phoenix with their cup final shirts, thankfully with numbers on the back. As Peter Francis now comes in for the 3rd ball of this over. And finally, Lawler confident enough to take one off his toes and whip it away towards the clubhouse. In fact, towards George Dockrell doing the fielding just outside the Phoenix tent. 4 more runs onto the total. Second boundary of the day. Well, judging from where the batsman was holding that between his legs, it looked a little high to me, and Johnny Kennedy, the umpire, he agrees. But he managed to square up Lawler there. Get it past the bat, just a little bit too high, and I think even the bowler realised that. Our scorers today, Andrew Mooney. He was here bright and early this morning preparing for his day's work. He's been joined by Angela Mooney. And they're the ones who are recording what happens on the field. And it's a long way since we were filling in paper books and shouting scores out. It's all available to you there now, and in fact available to you on the internet should you wish to follow the innings on NV Play. We hope you'll follow it here on Cricket Island's YouTube channel. Busy time for Irish cricket at the moment. Busy time for Peter Francis. Loud cry of no sees the end of Francis's 4th over. His figure's now 1 for 10, and Phoenix after 7 overs have moved on to 16 for 1. These two came together, of course, in the first over with the demise of Shane Getgate, who Peter Francis trapped in front of the stumps, and the umpire agreed, and he had to depart LBW for no runs. And it looks like we're going to see a first change of bowling at the Mardyke walk end, as, judging my eyesight, I should have gone to Specsavers, although other opticians, of course, are available. And we have at the Mardyke walk end change of pace. Stanton's spell ends. Sam Harbison it is. Sam Harbison, of course, regular for the Leinster Lightning, and in fact, if memory serves, he's also captained the side. Shields and Lawler, both with 1 boundary each so far. Oh, I'm sure you could hear from the ground mics just how many Marrion players thought that one had sneaked through. Very smooth action from Sam Harbison. He had a nice smooth run up, accelerating all the time. A lot of the time these days you see a lot of bowlers who are using their shoulder for their pace. Well, Harbison not just relying on the turning of the arm. As one goes flying through the slip cordon, it was just a little bit too high for them. Shields gets away with 1. Phoenix get 4 more onto the total. And the slip fielder in the Marrion cordon is wondering just how far away he was from that. And the truth of the matter is, he wasn't too far away from it, and it cleared him. Nothing to blame himself about there. He'd have needed a step ladder to get to it. But Harbinson creating opportunities. Ball in the air. Shields will be happy to still be in the middle. Fuller length on this occasion. Let go through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. Well, 4 may have come from it, but that 4 was the ball that went flying through the slips. That's a good opening over from Harbinson. He'll be delighted with that. Well, it's not a double change. Francis continuing. One can't say there's any great surprise there. Pitch giving the seamers a bit of assistance today. People still coming in through the gate. This crowd is only going to get bigger and bigger as the day goes on. Supporters from both clubs down at that Mardyke walk end. And then the scatterings of people all around this ground. Well, Francis pulls out of his run-up. Whether he felt it was wrong or the batsman wasn't ready, not sure. Jack Lawler just taking his time, perfectly entitled to do so. Another one driven straight back down the ground. He's played that shot before. That's a glorious shot. And very few fielders behind the bowler. And in this power play, certainly none that are outside the ring. Umpire just wanting a quick check of the ball. Once it disappears, make sure there's no gouges on it or it's changed shape or anything like that. Phoenix won the toss and elected to bat, looking to put on a good score up that they'll be able to defend later. Just 9 balls remaining in the power play. Then Marrion will be able to spread the field if they so desire, with a few more men outside the ring. This time the drive down the ground does go straight to Harbinson. Johnny Kennedy signalling to his partner, Asim Ali Beg. There's how many balls remaining in the over? The communication between the umpires these days, absolutely superb. You can no longer stand at square leg and watch the world go by. It's a team sport. That applies to the umpires and officials as much as anybody else. This one, well, Lawler opens up the face of the bat. Runs it down to fine third. They take a single. He set off at first as though he thought there may have been 2 in it, but it is only just over 40 metres down that way. And the fielder had picked it up cleanly. So no chance of a second, just the 1 run taken. One ball left in the over. Score 25 for 1. Marrion would have been hoping to have taken more than 1 wicket in the power play. It's one of those mileposts on the journey to 50 overs. One that we find to be quite important. If sides lose 3 or more wickets in that power play, then the fielding side would really feel they're on top. With just 1 wicket down at this stage, well, you might almost say that Phoenix are getting out of some choppy waters. They've picked up a few boundaries. They have moved the score on to 25 for 1 after 9. And that's Peter Francis with 5 overs bowled, and the Marrion skipper today is going to have to make a decision as to how much longer they let Francis go. Or will we see the 4th bowler of the start of this innings at the next over? Straight bat on the back foot, plays it into the covers where it's nicely fielded. Even with the cover behind him, he made sure he got down to that, prevented any runs. Well, the keeper does his best to get to that one. It's going to just be pulled up inside the boundary. They go through and pick up another couple, and Azam Ali Beg will also signal that it was a wide. And another one to the score. 3 added to the score as a result of that. 28 for 1 in this, the 10th over. It's in the air and it just beats the diving cover fielder. It's racing out towards the clubhouse, although I suspect it's pulled up just inside. And a good throw brings it back into the middle. Well, another opportunity. One played in the air through the offside. The fielder diving for it. It was away from him. But another opportunity for Marrion, and there's been a couple. Lawler follows that up with a good length ball. He just plays away on the offside for a dot. Clouds starting to break up a little now. It won't be long before we see some blue sky poking through. At least we hope it won't be. Harbson looking for the Yorker instead. Just drifts onto Lawler's legs. He clips it away behind square on the leg side. A long leg does his work. Prevents the boundary. But you can see what Harbison was trying to do there. It just drifted an inch or two to the leg side. And that meant that Lawler could clip it away and get down the other end. Cry of catch, which the keeper obliged by doing. It was more an attempt, I think, to stop the umpire signalling wide. And nothing was going to stop him doing that. Second wide of the over. This time right back on the mark. Harbson finishes his second over. He's gone for 11 runs. The score has now moved on to 32 for 1 after 10. That is the end of the power play. And it'll be interesting to see now how Marrion go about setting their field. And it's going to be a change of bowling straight away. Peter Francis has seen us all the way through to the end of the power play. And they've done a good job of keeping Phoenix down 32 for 1 from 10 overs. You see underneath that score on your left-hand side of your screen, power play 2. Well, this means then that they can have more men outside the circle, and we'll wait and see how this over progresses as to how attacking Marrion will remain. Third still outside the ring. Fine leg has gone an awful lot wider, closer to the players' tents, closer to the front gate of the Richard Beamish cricket grounds. So the Bob Care have been going since 1982. Leinster have won this, or Leinster clubs have won this competition 16 times. Today's definitely going to be the 17th. Oh, that ball just sneaking past outside off. Lawler, well, he's giving out to himself a little bit there. And I wonder if he's saying, I should have left that alone, or is he saying that should have gone the distance? Either way, he wasn't too happy with his response to that delivery. Devaraj, it is bowling from the river end now. Tennis club behind us here at the Mardyke. Well, you could tell from the sound of the bat that did not come off the middle, and Lawler did well to keep it out. 6-3 field again, showing the confidence that the Marrion skipper has in his bowlers. Well, this one going across Lawler's body. He swung a bat at it, but I don't think he was too concerned as to whether he connected or not. He knew it was going to be called a wide. Adds one more to the Marrion, well, to the Phoenix total. Well, there was a noise as it went through. Johnny Kennedy saying it wasn't the bat. Lawler saying it was the thigh pad. Azim Ali Beg agrees that there are 3 deliveries left in the over. First sort of contentious appeal. Well, on that occasion, Lawler's bat went further than the ball did. I don't know what happened there. He just seemed to let go entirely. Having made contact with the ball, bat came flying out of his hands, went down the wicket. Obviously didn't dig or gouge the pitch. It landed kind of flat. But an unusual one to see at this level. I suppose it demonstrates what a light touch Jack Lawler has of his bat. On this occasion, just plays it down, keeps it out. And another dot ball for Marrion. Just the one wide against the bowler so far in this over. Well, Devereux, the leading wicket taker in this competition this year. He had 11 before today. Well, Well, he finishes his first over, just the one run coming from it. 33 for 1 then, off 11. And even the mathematically challenged would understand if we said the run rate is 3 and over. 39 overs remaining in this innings. And it seems to be sort of neither side really getting on top at this stage. It's like a heavyweight bout where the two boxers are just sparring and jabbing at the moment. Shields looking to score big from that one. Rose a bit higher than he expected. Goes through to the keeper. It's another dot ball. As I say, plenty of time during this innings. It's all about establishing yourself, seeing through a few overs. And there, as I say, Shields now feeling that he's in. He's now faced 31 balls for his 18, and he cracked that one square on the offside. Just a bit of width from Harbinson. It was in the air briefly, but it was safely away. Runs away to the boundary. This one not getting up as high. Again, played away on the offside. Not quite from the middle of the bat. Sounded a bit clunky. Didn't have that smooth, delicious sound that you get when you middle one. Temperature rising by a degree or two since the start of the game. Good bouncer from Harbinson. It signalled a wide. It did clear the batsman. But he'll be told that that's one for the over. Still, no harm as far as Harbison's concerned. Showing Shields that that ball is in his armoury. This one not quite as short. Played away down to third. Shields will seek the safety of the non-striker's end. Plenty of bowling in this Marrion side, as well as the bowlers we've seen so far. Swapnil, Modgill, Max Sorensen. This one in the air. There's no fielder in that area. It's running away towards the players' tents. It will be picked up inside the boundary, even if the fielder does so at his own risk. He seems to have gone over on an ankle there, and that's not good. Innocuous work going on the sidelines as he went over to pick up the ball, and he's just rolled his ankle, and he doesn't look very happy with it. No medical attention as yet. I don't think any of the Marrion players have that sort of qualification. But plenty of people going over and out to see how he is. A drink of water, that often heals a stretched ankle. Those are the players' tents in the background, you see.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Cork County Cricket Club.
And now the dulcet tones of the ground announcer, Heatley Tector, whilst the game takes a small break for this injury.
Phoenix won the toss, elected to bat, and having done so in the 12th over, the score is...
And there is the card to date. You see that? Shane Getgate, third ball. Francis got one through to his pads. Johnny Kennedy agreed that the ball was going to take the wickets if the pads hadn't been there, and as a result he went, and that was a wicket in the very first over. Since then, Shields and Lawler, well, they've been productive rather than spectacular. They've hit a couple of nice fours apiece, but by and large they're just keeping things going for Phoenix. trying to put down a sort of foundation that they'll be able to go for later. There is that 1 wicket for Peter Francis. He has 1 for 15, 2 maidens as well in those 5 overs, and he's done an exceptional job. Stanton came on. He opened with his left arm spin, and although he didn't make a breakthrough, he was only going at 2 and over. It's Sam Harmison who's been expensive to date. His 2.5 overs, 17 balls, having gone for 19 runs. And now, after that small injury break, the player himself is still on the sidelines, receiving attention, so 12th man will be in today. We wonder who it is who's come on as 12th. Hugh Kennedy named as 12th earlier today. And that is the end of the 12th over. The score has moved on to 42 for 1. And that was a very good over from a Phoenix point of view. Hobson's 3 overs now have cost 20 runs. His colleagues being a bit tighter with the ball. But Hobson also has created a couple of chances. He had one fly through the slips earlier on, and one that flew through the covers. So although runs are coming from his bowling, he is creating opportunities. Melvin Christopher Devereux to continue from the river end. He's got 2 slips in places. And this one just goes too close to the batsman. He turns it round the corner and he picks up 4 runs. Playing it very fine. And that's a good start to the over for Jack Lawler. Takes him on to 21. And as I say, once you've faced that sort of 6-7 overs yourself, and he's now faced over 6 overs, you can start to feel that maybe you're in. And perhaps a few more shots might become available to him. This one's edged, it's taken at first slip. That's a super delivery, bit of height. The bowler is absolutely delighted. Jack Lawler, well, he just trudges off. And he's been caught at first slip, and that is a fine, fine delivery. And that's the 2nd wicket goes down with the score on 46. And that was a standard 46. And that was just what Marrion were looking for in the 13th over. And he's caught at slip, and he departs for 21. Well, as you hear from the ground announcer, Heatley Tector, coming in at number 4 for Phoenix today, and George Dockrell. Played a big part in Phoenix's fortunes this summer. Scored runs when they were needed. It'll be interesting to see how he takes this on now. Number 3 on his back, the same number he uses with Leinster Lightning, and the same number he uses. No, in fact, I've seen number 50 on his back for Leinster and Ireland. Number 3 for Phoenix, coming in at number 4. Dockrell has only played a couple of games in the Leinster Leagues this year, but I can tell you, when he does, he's effective. He's averaging over 50 with the bat, and has wickets as well. George, who seems to have been playing for Phoenix for many years now. Well, you can see how keen he was to get off the mark. The first step after the bat hit the ball. Very definitely looking to see if there's a single on offer. Devarage's second over. Well, bit of everything for everybody, isn't it? A boundary, a wicket, and a dot ball. Dockrell plays one out the leg side, takes the single, calls his partner through. His partner having to rush to get to the other end. But it's still this left-hand, right-hand combination, which of course makes it just that bit more difficult for the bowlers. Devarage going around the wicket to the left-handed Shields. Just 2 balls remaining in this, the 13th over. And Shields has taken that one on and pumped it away. It reaches the hedge on the City side, and pulled that one across to the leg side. And a lovely shot, and that brings up the 50 for Phoenix, and that will be another one of those mile markers in the innings. Butlers Irish Senior Cup Final coming to you today from the Mardyke in Cork. Plays exactly the same shot again. This one a bit more aerial, out towards the same area of the ground. Fetched from the sidelines. And that ends the over. An expensive over, but also one that brought a wicket as well. 55 for 2 after 13. Devereux's figures rather ruined by those last 3 deliveries. 9 runs coming since he took that wicket. Shields starting to show some intent now. He's been out there for 35 deliveries. He's on 27. You think that 8 of those came off the last 2 balls. He was on 19 off 33. But you see what I mean about being able to catch up a score quickly enough, improve your scoring rate. But you need to feel that you're in. It's very hard to just start blazing as soon as you reach the middle. But what Phoenix need at the moment is another good partnership. That one, just going over Harbison's head. Played down towards the boundary. And it goes for 4. Dockrell moves on to 5. Again, I don't think Harbison will be too upset. The way the ball just popped up off the bat. Gave it enough to clear him on this occasion. But you may find on the next occasion it doesn't go quite as high. Dockrell again. Some people looking to walk past the bowler's arm were stopped by a member of the audience. George just wanted to make sure that they weren't going to make a run for it. Plays that one straight down the ground again. Harbison into his 4th over now. That one pushed into the pitch, but unfortunately for Harbinson. Also pushed down the leg side, slipped away. There's a Malay Beg, of course, paying attention, as he always does. He signals the wide. One more onto the total. This ball a bit shorter. Sort of strange shot from Dockrell. That run rate, we said early on, was down at 2, and you can see how it's just picking up bit by bit as the Phoenix bats now determined not to get bogged down. Looking to play a few shots, looking to pick up a few runs. 60 for 2. Getgate and Lawler, the two batsmen who are back in the pavilion. Getgate without scoring. Lawler 21. And Lawler looked like he was set for a big knock today. Wasn't to be the case. That's a nice bouncer again from Harbinson. Umpire deciding not even worthy of 1 for the over signal. Dockrell's straight bat sees that one go down towards behind point. It's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 60 for 2 from 14. Shields, he's on 27 from 35. And Dockrell's figures have just been taken away from me. 5 from 8. These two came together with the score on 46. They've already added 14 in quite quick time. Now, this occasion now, Devereux has a man posted on the mid-wicket boundary. We saw Shields dump a couple of fours out that way, quite airily. It was safe to do so with the fielders in the ring, but now there's a man out there, out to the left of your screen, as far as the boundary will go, over by the Beamish sign. There's the trap. The trap was set off. Dockrell calls for 2, and they get it. Levon Shields, another one of the all-rounders in the Phoenix side. Averaging just over 20 in the Leinster Leagues this year. But just as importantly, from a Phoenix point of view, Shields, highest run scorer for Phoenix in this competition this year. Before today, he had 204 runs. How he'd love to push that closer to two of the players above him. Of the Levon Shields, 5th highest run scorer in this competition this year, but in 3rd place, John Anderson with 218. Well, Shields has already passed him, but Anderson yet to bat. Beautifully played away on the offside, beats the fielder, and the fielder can only jog after that because that makes it all the way to the fence, and that is a lovely shot, and Shields really showing that he's in touch now. He's moved on to 33. As much as you might set a trap down there on the leg side, if you're going to bowl outside off to a man who can drive like that, then you're going to concede runs. 66 for 2 in this, the 15th over. Good call and good running from Shields. He pushed that one out. It was fielded inside the ring, which generally would mean a dot ball, but on this occasion the fielder had to dive for it, and once he hit the ground then Shields was down the other end, flying down that. It's Dockrell back onto strike. That's punched away on the offside, but straight at the fielder. As a result, no run taken. Deverage, one of the 2 wicket takers so far in this Phoenix innings. Oh, another one driven away on the offside, and it's another super shot that has run away to the fence with no fielder getting anywhere near it. A super shot from Dockrell ends the over. Another expensive one. And the score has moved on to 71 for 2 from 15 overs.
15 overs have been bowled. Phoenix 72 now for the loss of 2 wickets.
There you see on the screen. Both umpires getting the recognition they deserve here at this Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy. Bob Kerr, who was president of Cricket Ireland or the Irish Cricket Union, whichever it was back in the day. In 2004 he was president. Unfortunately he passed away in Jamaica at the 07 World Cup. His wife Hope still follows a huge amount of cricket. She was at the game yesterday. And there's a mix-up here. Oh, and a direct hit. And that's it. Dockrell is sent on his way. A poor call in the middle. A yes-no call. And a beautiful throw from the fielder. And no wonder he is being surrounded like that. Well deserved as well. Every player getting in there. John Anderson it is with the deadly throw, and it sees Dockrell on his way, run out, and he disappears for 9, and that is another wicket down for Phoenix with the score just on 71. And that was a most unfortunate wicket for them to lose. Certainly didn't want that to happen. These two have been putting together a decent partnership. They've been increasing the scoring rate. 25 they put on together in no time at all, but then a yes, no, sorry call saw the end of George Dockrell, and he sent on his way for just 9. And Phoenix now, Amish Sidhu coming in at number 5. Leon Shields is the man who's standing tall for Phoenix today. As I say, he was Phoenix's leading run scorer coming into this final in this competition. Not necessarily the leading run scorer in Phoenix this year. But that has been another unfortunate wicket. Gate LBW in the first over, never really got going. Jack Lawler, well, he received a beautiful delivery and he was caught at slip. And now we've seen George Dockrell fall to what was a mix-up of calling. And as a result then, a third wicket has fallen, 71 on the board, and Marrion are going to be feeling quite happy about the situation right now. Oh, Shields caught horribly by that delivery from Harbinson. Wow, what a super delivery it was too. Sam Harbison into his 5th over now, 16th. Sidhu, of course, better known for his bowling than his batting. But here he is, coming in at number 5 in the Irish Senior Cup final. 2 left-handers at the crease now. It doesn't make things any easier for the bowlers, but perhaps a little less chopping and changing around. Plays this one out the leg side. And just as to be expected after such a wicket falling and the way it fell, well, they're going to be quite noisy in the field for a few overs to go, and it's up to the Phoenix batsmen now to reset, start again, and just do their best to quieten down the noise. Through to the keeper. Went through very handily indeed. Certainly not the start that Phoenix would have been looking for, seeing Lawler, Getgate and Dockrell back in the hutch already. 15, this is the 16th over. Harbison employing that bouncer again. That finishes the over. But certainly one ball to come. And the umpire does signal that that's one for the over. Numbers 14 and 15 currently in for Phoenix. Nice shirts with the numbers on their back. Well, that was one he wanted to appeal for, but even Sam Harmison knew he wasn't going to get anything out of Azim Ali Beg at that stage. And that's one of the things about Azim Ali Beg, and you see it there, an example of it there. So good communicating with the players, letting them know, keeping the channels of communication open. He's one of the finest umpires, certainly in Ireland. He's come up through the ranks. He's doing a super job. Himself and John Kennedy here today, Johnny Kennedy. As much as it is a privilege and an honour for the players to play in the Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy, don't forget the scorers and the umpires as well. None of this could happen without them. And for them to be appointed to a final as well, you know, they've got to be doing a good job throughout the season. Well, Alvin Devaraj to continue now from the river end. This will be his fourth over. Well, he's gone for the bouncer as well, and again, it's just flowing over the head there. That one just escaping the keeper's gloves. Wonder if there's any signal between bowler and wicket-keeper to let him know what's coming. He did seem to be taken a little bit by surprise there by the shorter ball. Parrying it in a way that would remind you that the football season is about to start again. As a mere fact, we're at the cricket final stage of the season for us. It tells you that the summer is slowly starting to ebb away. Well, Sidhu's season, well, his stay at the middle anyway, has ebbed away. As Devaraj picks up a second wicket with a super delivery, crashing into off stump. That's the end of Amish Sidhu, and he goes without troubling the scorer's second duck of the day. Came in at number 5, and is the fourth man to depart. Score 74 for 4. Well, the next man in, coming in at number 6, Nicholas Pretorius. My first meeting with Nicholas Pretorius was when I was working at the border management unit, checking passports at Dublin Airport. And he arrived in that day for a summer of cricket in Leinster. Leinster the province rather than Leinster the club. Pretorius has been involved in Irish cricket for a number of years now. And right now, his club Phoenix, they need him, and they need him to do something exceptional. 74 for 4. Marrion very definitely the happier of the two sides. Well, Pretorius gives off the impression of a man standing in a meadow by himself, not surrounded by 11 jumping Marrion players, as that one flew past the edge of his bat and ignored all the fuss. He knows he's still there, and now he's seen the first ball, he'll be feeling, well, a little better. 2 slips in place for him. But there is a superb shot played out on the offside, and it is just going to reach the rope before the fielder gets there. 4 runs to Pretorius. And that's the sort of attacking play we're used to seeing from him. Right-hander Pretorius. The 2 left-handers partnership not lasting too long at all. Marrion will certainly think that they're in the box seat at the moment. They've taken 4 wickets, and a good 4 wickets too. Flies off the edge of the bat down to third. They will take the single. Yeah, 4 wickets have fallen, and every one has fallen in a different way. We've had 1 run out, 1 caught at slip, 1 LBW, and 1 bowled. So it's all happening here down at the Mardyke. We're still looking for that first hint of blue sky, but it's a lovely day for playing cricket today. Cool enough, but no chance of rain. The clouds very high here. Well, front foot no ball. Johnny Kennedy calls that. The batsman Shields just getting enough on it to get it over keeper and slips, and it flew away to the boundary. And so 4 for the boundary, 1 for the no ball, and now the free hit. First free hit we've seen today. Bowler obviously just overstriding. And that's exactly what the bowler would have wanted from the free hit. It was no hit, crashing into the body, flying away down towards third. Change of bowling now at the Mardyke walk end. Max Sorensen it will be. He's going to come on for the 18th over. And there is the batting card to date. 84 for 4. You see those wickets have fallen. Getgate, Lawler, Dockrell with the most unfortunate of run-outs, and Sidhu with a lovely delivery from Devereaux. Pretorius and Shields are the not-out batsmen. And the score 84 for 4 as Sorensen enters the attack. Well, Pretorius not allowing Sorensen to settle into his stride. Crushes the first one through extra cover for 4 runs. Score moves on to 88 for 4. This one played down. And then a call of no from Shields. Sorensen, who's the leading wicket taker, or not quite the leading wicket taker, is one behind Devaraj in the Leinster Leagues this year. 22 wickets at just under 17. Strangled appeal from the Marrion players, no appeal from the bowler. He started to appeal but then realised very quickly nothing happening there. Many congratulations to Cork County. The place looks fabulous today, fitting for the Irish Senior Cup final. This one's in the air, it's going to clear the field up, straight over the bowler's head. Harberson was the fielder who thought he was interested for a moment, wasn't to be. Another 4 runs. And that was a nice shot indeed. Down the ground, a second boundary in the over. And Pretorius, well, he's not going to die wondering. He's waiting to see. There's a good crowd down today. Seats in front of the clubhouse are full, and down the end of the ground now. Well, the different parties who have arrived are sort of merging together into one good crowd, and Pretorius goes long again. Another 4 down the ground. And he has certainly come to the party with one thing on mind. Three boundaries from Sorensen's first over already. Now a slight change in the field. A man going deep there on the offside specifically for that. And Pretorius taking good note of the change in field. Deciding not to take Sorensen on for that delivery. That is the over. 12 runs come from it. A welcome 12 runs for Phoenix too. And with 18 gone, Phoenix find themselves on the brink of triple figures at 96 for 4. Shields continuing on. He's picked up his scoring rate from the start. And he's now 39 off 43. But it's Nicholas Pretorius who's come in. And especially that over there, he took 12 from Sorensen's over. And it's moved him on to 17 from just 10 deliveries. And that's a strike rate that has increased the run rate overall. 32 overs remaining though. Still plenty of time for both sides. Devaraj to continue from the river end. Starting to see a few familiar faces in the crowd today. Well, it's another call for a run and another no. Pretorius is the one saying no on this occasion. Shields had enough time to get back. But you could tell that there was some concern in Shields' voice when he was saying no, no, no. Didn't want to be involved. The survivor of another run out. Shields it was who was George Dockrell's partner when that unfortunate run out occurred. This one just clipped off the pads. They'll just take a single. Shields Makes it look like he's looking for 2, but he knew the reality was he was never going to get a 2 there. The 19th over now. Devaraj continuing from the river end. Picked up 2 wickets so far, including that of Amish Sidhu. Absolute beauty of a delivery. Just took off stump. This saw the demise of Sidhu. Up to 13 wickets in the competition so far this season. What Pretoria is showing the unorthodox shots. You can see exactly where he was looking to put that one. Whether you watched the actual shot or watched him with the shot afterwards. Well, there you go. There's a superb picture of a good crowd down in the Mardyke. We hope that you can come and join us, and if not, that you stay with us here on Cricket Island Live on YouTube for the Butlers Irish Senior Cup final between Marrion and Phoenix here at the Mardyke. Torius looking to play away on the offside again, not quite reaching the middle of the bat. Well, it's been a good performing. Yeah. Yep, it looks like 2 balls to go in this over. So it's obviously drinks break will be at 25. And Pretorius again crashing one through the offside, and my goodness, isn't that a good shot? And doesn't that deserve 4 runs? That brings up the 100 for Phoenix, and that will bring some relief to their supporters around the ground. 101 for 4, and having won the toss and elected to bat, well, Phoenix would have been a bit worried when they lost that first wicket in the first over. But when they lost the 3rd and 4th with the score in the 70s, but these 2 have come together, and mainly due to the belligerence of Nicholas Pretorius, who's on 21 off 13. Well, Phoenix have reached that 100 mark before 20 overs are up. Last ball of the 19th then. That's a dot ball. Melvin Christopher Devaraj has finished his 5th over. He's 2 for 42. Which is expensive, but he has picked up those 2 wickets. Marrion chasing their 3rd victory in this Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy. They've lifted that trophy twice before, 2010, 2016, so quite recent winners of it. Period really dominated by Leinster teams. It's been a while. CIYMS in 2022 and Warringstown in 18, 17 and 15. But by and large, over the last decade or so, Leinster teams have dominated the Irish Senior Cup. Leon Shields has moved into the 40s now. Sorensen a little bit shorter. Shields playing it out to point. Cleanly fielded, no run. Cork City 10k on tomorrow. That'll be interesting. Not something I'll be attempting anyway. Shields facing Sorensen. Clipped up, and the catch is taken, and he may have reached 40, but it will be no more than that. This one just clipped up on the leg side. The fielder took it close to the ground, but another wicket, 101 for 5. Well, Levon Shields has been there since the start. Super job. He'd been there nearly an hour and a half, combining those 40 runs. He'd started to pick up his strike rate. He got it back up to over 80. And he departs then for 40 runs after a fine catch by Stephen Doheny. It was a regulation catch, but one that was close to the ground, and sometimes they can be the most difficult ones to take.
20th over. Phoenix lose their 5th wicket. Levon Shields departs. Phoenix 101 for the loss of 5 wickets. Please welcome to the wicket, wearing shirt number 4, Tyrone Kane.
Coming in at number 7 for Phoenix then, Tyrone Kane. They certainly wouldn't have expected to see number 7 coming out before drinks. But that is what's happened, because Marrion have done a fabulous job in the field. They've been alert, they've been alive, and they've taken the chances that have come their way. And it's left Phoenix 101 for 5. Half-hearted appeal from the bowler. He withdrew it almost as soon as it came out of his mouth. Everyone else sort of followed his suit. They'd gone for an appeal, but it wasn't to be. And Tyrone Kane gets the first one there. "20 overs gone then, 101 for 5. And it's a 20 overs that overall you would have to say Marrion are going to be the happier of the two teams. They've taken 5 wickets and they've seen off a lot of the Phoenix danger men. Lawler, Getgate, Shields, Dockrell, Sidhu, the departed batsman, and now Phoenix with Nicholas Pretorius, who's in a very positive frame of mind at the moment. And he's been joined by Tyrone Kane. Phoenix. Wicket maiden for Max Sorensen. Well, what a difference that was to his first over. He's had 2 overs so far. The first one disappearing for 3 fours. And the second one a wicket maiden. 101 for 5 after 20 overs. Well, 20 overs gone, and it brings forth another change of bowling. This one played away off the edge by Pretorius, and it runs away to the boundary. And that's an easy 4 runs for him. And a welcome 4 runs for Phoenix. 105 for 5. And this the 21st over. And it's Stanton again. Into his second spell. His first 3 overs, well, they only went for 6, and they were from the other end. This time, Well, that's a run left out there, really. It was played around the corner, down towards the boundary. It was almost assumed it was going to reach the boundary, but there's a little bit of lift there in the wicket, in the pitch before the Phoenix flag over there. And as a result, the ball held up and they couldn't even get back for the second. Tyrone Kane now to face Tom Stanton. And this one gets through the ring, but the boundary rider will pick up the single. This one displayed around the corner again. There's a fielder here on this occasion. It's a dot ball. That's play back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. 6 runs coming from it. The score now has moved on to 107 for 5 off 21. Oh, Sorensen getting that one to fly past the edge of the bat. And in the meantime, I've been joined in the commentary box by somebody who's played in an Irish Senior Cup final. Played in how many?
5, 6. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, only won 2 of them, lost 4. But
Yeah, sure.
still, take 2 wins, I suppose.
I'm just looking at the scorecard from the first win that Marrion had. That's back in 2010, 14 years ago now. And you had a good day that day.
I did. Yeah, it was a strange game actually. We played against Railway in North County, and there was some kind of obscure rule about time and rain breaks, and which John Anderson was aware of. And yeah, I think Railway got about 317 or 320.
317 exactly.
317.
It wasn't
I remember that.
wasn't a day of many wickets anyway.
No, exactly. And then I think we were only 1 down, 172 or something like that, at the cut-off time. So, and then for some strange reason the game was over, and we were well ahead of the
And you
run rate. I think the DL was maybe 120 or something like that. So
presented the cup in the clubhouse sort of thing,
yeah,
in the dressing room almost.
It was very strange, but yeah, I do think we would have gone on to win that anyway if we had to. Trent Johnston was bowled out. He bowled his 10 overs straight through, so I think everyone he'd bowled for not many, and then everyone else was going for plenty.
Well, that one has got through the defences. Azim Ali Beg has a good look at it, but he turns Sorensen down, and Tyrone Kane, well, he's rubbing his thigh, perhaps maybe even an inch or two above where it hit him. That's always a good one for a batsman.
Maybe too high.
So Dom, having played in 6, and as you say, you've been part of those 2 winning teams in 2010, 2016. You must be delighted with the way these first 20 overs have gone.
I have, yeah. Yeah, we've been pretty tight. Obviously, that injury to Stephen Doherty was a bit of a blow, but he's kind of walked it off, and he's gone back out there. He's moving pretty well. But yeah, delighted.
He just rolled his ankle, was it?
Rolled his ankle,
yeah.
Chasing the ball to the boundary. So, but he's back out there and took a great catch there to get rid of Shields. He was going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean the 5 wickets. There's been 1 catch in the outfield, 1 catch at slip, 1 run out, 1 bowled. I mean, really spreading it around today.
All sorts, yeah. What are we missing? Maybe a stumping.
Timed out is always a good one. And what about John Anderson and his fielding?
I know, yeah. I was actually in the toilet at the time, so I missed it, but I heard the cheer. Didn't even. I watched it back on the replay, and you can't even see the stumps move. So I must have really just clipped the top of the veils. But yeah, John's obviously still a brilliant fielder at his age. It's incredible.
Yeah, you do reach that stage as a player where everything you do is followed by at his age.
I know, but it is true. I mean, we did speak about it last year a bit, where he was kind of our oldest player, apart from me, last year, and he was still our best fielder. So we're kind of asking the younger guys to step up a bit.
Well, just 3 overs to drinks now. Stanton to continue from the river end. But yes, it's been a very good performance from Marrion in the field. And even the bowlers who have been hit for 4s have then come back. I'm saying Sorensen has bowled 2 overs. And his first over went for 12, and his second over was a wicket maiden. I mean,
Sam is really good for that. Sam Harbinson, the captain, he's good for kind of sticking with guys and knowing when to change the bowling. He seems to have a good knack for it. But everyone's kind of stepped up wickets this year. Melvin and Max have got a lot of wickets in those middle overs, where it's actually tricky to get wickets. So they've been really good for us this year.
And of course, things are going very well in the league at the moment. 10 points clear at the top of the table in the Leinster League.
That's right, yeah. We're back on tomorrow again. No rest.
There's no rest for the wicket, is it?
We're at Leinster tomorrow.
Phoenix are at Pembroke.
Correct. Yeah, I've heard they've an interesting team out tomorrow.
Well, you never know. Playing the day after a cup final, I mean, the scheduling is questionable, but if you win the cup or lose the cup, it totally changes your mood for the game the next day. If you've won the cup, even with a good night, you can go out there and really enjoy the next day's play.
Exactly.
Oh, that one just getting past the keeper.
On that point, in 2016, we won the Irish Cup on the Saturday in Clontarf, and then the next day we got relegated. So we had to play a league game the next day again. So.
And it's impossible to turn around to amateur players and say, I know you've won the All-Ireland Cup, but lads, you've got a game tomorrow. Can you stay off the beer tonight? Not at all. You've won the All-Ireland.
It's really not ideal. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, you'd think it would be a close weekend as far as Premiership games were concerned, or at least for the 2 finalists. You've got 2 Leinster teams in the final. Surely they could find another Saturday to finish that game off.
Totally agree.
I think it's very tough, especially everyone here. There's very few professionals in the Irish game, and guys have to go to work Monday to Friday, and there's that side of it as well. Oh, well taken down the leg side. It will go in the book as just a wide, but it won't portray just how far the keeper had to go to get to that one and prevent that running all the way down.
That was outstanding. He's done that a lot this year. Unfortunately, he's had to do it. Mostly to Max, he just can kind of lose that one down the leg side sometimes, but
it's almost like he's trying to push it through too fast, and it just drags it down a bit. This one a bit closer to the stumps, but again down the leg side. Tyrone Kane unable to get a bat onto it.
This is where Max is at his most dangerous.
Yeah.
A couple of wides and a few Jaffas coming up there next, hopefully.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's almost like I've had my sighters. This is the ball I wanted to bowl. Tyrone Kane, he has the look of a man who wants to get down to the non-striker's end at the moment. But again,
he does, yeah. He needs to get Klaus back on strike. He's obviously gone very well there, 31 off 22. That's kind of the way he plays, isn't it?
It is. He's always been very positive with bat in hand.
So yeah, from a Marrion point of view, this is a really important partnership, because if TK can get going with Pretorius, I think obviously Phoenix will be really happy with that. So if we can get TK before he kind of gets his eye in here.
And that's it with Tyrone Kane, isn't it? He's very much a touch player, and if that touch is there, he'll go very well. Oh, this one's high in the air. There's no fielder there, that's for sure. And that lands just Well, perfectly timed because it landed only a yard over the fence, but a super shot. First maximum we've seen today. And Kane suddenly moves on to 8 off 15. Looks an awful lot better than 2 off 14. That went up an awful long way though, isn't it? I think he was lucky that the breeze is carrying that way across the ground. Would have given that just enough assistance to get it down to the rope.
Back on his line there now, Max. Yeah, I wonder, is Peter Francis warming up at cover there maybe? Come for a little blast of a couple overs maybe?
Well, he has bowled 5 so far. He picked up that wicket in his first over, in the game's first over, when he trapped Shane Getgate LBW. And it may be that Sam Harbinson is thinking that maybe 1 over before drinks or bring him back after drinks. Either way.
There is the option of Swapnil Modgill as well to bowl. He bowls some off spin.
Yeah, just the 5 bowlers used so far. I mean, they've done a fabulous job. Why would you want any more than 5? But as you say, the introduction of 6 then gives Sam Harbinson a bit of flexibility in the second half of the innings. He doesn't have to bowl all 5 of them out. And that is another over gone. That's 24 gone. 121 for 5. Sorensen's over. Well, it went for 8 in the end. But Phoenix at the moment, I think they just want to get through to the drinks break. Well, Nicholas Pretorius will always want to score runs, but the Phoenix faithful will want to get through to that drinks break, perhaps with no more wickets down. They certainly, I mean, I don't see this as being a 300 run plus pitch today.
Well, I certainly hope not. Pretorius actually played Tom very well today. Just using the pace and guiding it to short third man and fine leg. So Swapnil Modgill's gone into a very fine short third man now.
He's that close, you might almost say he's a deep third slip there.
Correct.
Stanton, who was given the responsibility of opening the bowling with Peter Francis, what seems like hours ago now, just those 24 and a bit overs ago.
Yeah, he's done that well for us this year when he's opened. Just looking to mix up some spinners and some arm balls.
Well, it used to be that if you put a spinner on to open, everyone would look at you as if you were mad, and the reasoning being, well, openers never see spinners. They only ever see the pace, and perhaps, you know, we'll lull them in here with a spinner. But now I'm seeing more and more, almost every game, where people are opening, even if it's only for an over, just to...
Well, I think we'll see in the second innings actually Amish Sidhu might open for Phoenix. He certainly has, I think, in most games this year, so we'll be expecting that.
That one came off the shoulder of the bat, but it sees us through to drinks. It's 122 for 5, 25 overs gone. Nicholas Pretorius is on 32, and Tyrone Kane has moved on to 8 thanks to a magnificent 6 in the previous over. And there we are at drinks, and we hope you've enjoyed the first session of cricket here from the Mardake. Well, after the drinks, back to the action on the field. The first 25 overs, bringing 122 runs, but from a Marrion point of view, also bringing 5 wickets. And that's the important statistic as far as Marrion are concerned. Nicholas Butlers, he's providing a good bit of impetus to this Phoenix innings. He's moved on to 33 from just 26 deliveries, and Tyrone Kane hoping to provide him with a partner that will stick around for a while. Short ball. Peter Francis it is, back on from the Mardyke walk end now. That 1 for 16, well, that 1 came from the third ball of his first spell when he trapped Shane Getgate in front, LBW. But he certainly has bowled very well for his side. He's now switched to the Mardyke walk end. I'd like to thank Dom Joyce for joining us in the commentary box there. Great to see insight from somebody who's won not only 1 but 2 Irish Senior Cups. Twice lifting the Bob Kerr. Well, that was the view from Dom Joyce of the game from a Marrion point of view. Francis has slipped straight back into line and length that he had in this first spell. Tyrone Kane just happy to keep him at bay at the moment. Of course, how many times we see a wicket fall in the first over or two after a drinks break, and that's what Phoenix are trying to avoid here. Francis looking for any sort of breaking concentration that drinks has caused. He'll be looking to exploit as much as he can from this wicket. That one crashing into the bottom hand of Tyrone Kane, hitting the glove. Another dot ball. And Richard Beamish grounds, of course, looking immaculate today. And doesn't cricket look good with a good audience? You can see in the top right of your screen behind that Butlers Irish Senior Cup logo. Plenty of people have made the trip down from Dublin. This one popping up on the leg side. Harbison it is to do the fielding. That's a good first over after drinks. Francis just conceding the 1 run. Tyrone Kane keeping the rest of the over at bay. 24 overs remaining now. 26 gone. Score 1-2-3 for 5. Second half of the innings now. These two have managed to put on 22 for the 6th wicket thus far, and they'll be looking to go just that little bit further. Fifth over now for Stanton, and this one's, oh sorry, 7th over now for Stanton. That one's slipping just down the leg side. There was a question as to whether it had taken an edge. This one gets a good bit of bounce. The keeper does exceptionally well to take that. And even Pretorius is looking at the pitch and thinking, my goodness, where did that come from? This time gets right on top of the ball as it bounces. It's plays it out the leg side. He's waiting for that one loose delivery that he's anticipating. This one just flipped away off his pads. It's running down to the boundary, and that is a super shot, and it's a productive shot, and it's 4 more runs for Phoenix. 128 for 5. Pretorius moves on to 37. Top score so far, of course, for Phoenix was Nevin Shields. He reached 40 before he perished. Well, good over from Tom Stanton. He opened the bowling earlier on, and now he's back involved as we start the second half of this innings. 128 for 5. Kane still on 8. Pretorius has moved on to 37. Well, you heard the cut of catch, but that was all it was. And that one flew away to the boundary, back past the bowler. One of our spectators doing a fine job of crawling in under the netting and retrieving the ball. Phoenix looking at a total at this current run rate that would bring them up to 240, 245. Good call, gets us through for the single ahead of the fielder. The fielder attempted the run out from there. It wasn't to be. Another run gets added to the total. Well, the short ball goes through. It's 1 for the over. Azam Ali Beg will inform the bowler, inform the batsman, inform the other umpire. And thanks to the wonders of the internet, informs you, our viewing public. That one was short enough that Pretorius not really troubled by it. Pretorius in the blue helmet. Hi, Pam. Francis takes the wicket. That is the end of Pretorius, and you can tell from the extraordinary cheer amongst the Marrion supporters and Marrion fielders and even the Marrion bowler that they are delighted to see the end of Nicholas Pretorius. He goes for 37. And he is bowled by an absolute jaffer from Peter Francis. Picks up his second wicket. And that sends Pretorius back to the sidelines, and the score now moving on to 133 for 6. There's a partnership Well, after the fall of that wicket, captain for Phoenix, Adam Chester, makes his way out to the middle, and I'm delighted to say I've been joined in the commentary box by Brian McNeice. Brian, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Great to be here.
Yeah, well, it's going somewhat, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Every time you think Phoenix have kind of got settled back in after losing a wicket, they just they seem to lose another one. So there's been a couple of partnerships that started to look like they were going to go somewhere, and then they just lose a wicket at the wrong time. So it's been a steady flow of wickets, unfortunately, for Phoenix.
Well, that's it. It is the steady flow of wickets that has really pinned them back, really. Run rate under 5. Don't mind that so much, but when you see 6 wickets down this early, they really need to bat out the 50 overs.
They do, yeah. They've got to bat out the 50 overs and try and post some sort of total that their bowlers can try and defend. So it's going to be really important. Tyrone Kane really needs to kind of be the mainstay of the rest of this innings now.
Well, he'll be tasked with looking after the batting that remains. But at the moment, France is bowling particularly well and with pace and aggression. But as you say, every time a partnership starts to develop and the Phoenix fans starting to think, OK, here we go, we can move on from here, and then a wicket falls.
Yeah.
George Dockrell, particularly unfortunate with the great piece of fielding by John Anderson.
Yeah, it was, and again, almost a replica of the Leinster Cup final, where he was run out in the Leinster Cup final as well. And you just can't afford to lose wickets in that way. Marrion had bowled very, very well, so adding a run out into the middle of all of that, particularly somebody like George, it really doesn't help. It was
a strange run out because, as Dom Joyce said earlier on, you didn't actually see the stumps move, so it must have just clipped enough of a bail to remove it.
I was in front of the clubhouse actually when it happened, and I didn't think that. I was kind of wondering why was he walking off, because I didn't think that it had hit at all. But obviously, based on the celebrations and then George walking off, it was obvious that it had. So, yeah, it just clipped it. But yeah, that you know, at the end of the day, that might have been the key moment in the game when we look back on it at the end of the day.
Well, it was certainly a big moment in the day, no matter what. Well, Nicholas Pretorius with 37, Levin Shields with 40, and Jack Lawler with 21. They're the only ones who are back in the hutch having made double figures. And as you say, the partnerships, well, partnership of 45, 25. Again, it's just itty-bitty stuff. Nothing really developing.
Yeah, when you get so many kind of players that get themselves get into double figures, you've at least one or two of those players have to go on and get a big 50.
Yeah.
Particularly when you've got 50 overs. With all of the T20 cricket that we play, we forget that you've got a lot of time to get yourself in a 50 over match and accumulate a score. So we saw it with the girls yesterday up in Stormont. Just what's possible when you stay in there and kind of get yourself in. You start seeing the ball well, and then you can accelerate. And Orla Prendergast was a perfect example of that yesterday.
And what a magnificent game Orla had yesterday. 3 for 25 from her 8 overs, as well as 122 not out. And it brought Ireland, a magnificent victory over Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, of course, recently won the Asia Cup. So it just shows how the girls are taking strides forward and developing more and more.
Sri Lanka are an exceptionally good side. I happened to be in Sri Lanka for part of the Asia Cup. The ICC annual conference was on at the same time. And I saw just how good that Sri Lankan side was, and obviously they went on to to beat Pakistan in the semi-final, beat India in the final of the Asia Cup. So I knew just how good they were. Our girls showing just how competitive they are in the T20 series and obviously in the ODI series now is really, really positive to see, and kind of just desserts for a lot of hard work that's gone in from the girls over the last 18 months in particular. So it's great that they kind of get those wins and kind of show the progress that they've made.
Well, they're also putting behind them the disappointment of not qualifying for the next World Cup. Sri Lanka obviously are over at the moment, sort of adjusting, fine-tuning their side for that World Cup. We won't be there on this occasion, but it does show that the progress is being made under the current coaching ticket, and things looking very positive on that side.
Very much so, and I think there's a lot more to come. I think there's a lot of very, very good talent in the club game. A lot of young girls who have the potential to kick on. If you look at the average age of the side yesterday, it's very young. So I'm extremely confident about the future of our women's team over the next 5 to 10 years. I think there's some really, really exciting things to come from the group, and I think yesterday was a glimpse of that. I think there's a lot more to come over the years. Like, it's really exciting, and we've got some fantastic players coming through.
Well, a super shot from Tyrone Kane over the leg side brings another 4, brings him to 20, and he seems to have got there sort of quite quietly, just going about his business. Score has moved on to 142 for 6. Just getting back to the women there, I personally I feel that the introduction of contracts has made that one's a little high, no appeal, because it means you're going to keep this group of girls together. Developing, improving, but you're keeping the core of the side together. There's still obviously chances for people to join that group, etc.
Yeah.
But in the past, you'd have found as they were leaving college and going into the real world, or just the real world happens, and people drifted away from cricket. Whereas now, the women can see that there is a career and a career path there for them, and hopefully that will enable them all to stay together and train together. And as you say, certainly the next 4 or 5 years, very exciting for the women's team.
I think so, and I think the investment that we make in the contracts for the women's team, you can see the return on that investment already, in the improvement that they're making on an ongoing basis. And again, results like yesterday, like Tuesday, and in the T20, just kind of help kind of signal the progress that's being made. But we can see it day in, day out, how much that group is developing. And I think the introduction of contracts was an important step in that kind of process, because they need to be given the time to be able to dedicate to training properly.
Even as a club cricketer myself, in the lower teams with a 9-to-5 job, you find it so hard to attend nets, and even getting to games can be tricky, etc. So having the contracts behind them, even the educational ones where they're also doing college, etc., I suppose gives them a bit more time to be available for training and available for coaching and the such like. And
100%, and I think it's also very clear that we have the talent as well. Like, so if you look at, I haven't seen the latest world rankings, but I know both Gabby and Amy were in the top 20 in the world rankings. The last time I looked at it, about a month or 2 months ago. I've no doubt Orla will be in there if she's not already very soon. So you can see that the talent is there, and so what we need to do is make sure that we provide the support structure to enable that talent to flourish. The contracts is one element of it. We've got to make sure that we get the right competitive programme for the international team, and that we've got kind of pathway cricket coming through, so that the younger players that haven't broken into the squad yet get enough quality experience to enable them to break into the side as well. But you can see that if we do the right things, the talent is there, and it will flourish. So
I suppose it's even with the success that they're having as individual players, especially, you may find that victims of your own success sort of thing, whereby these girls are going to get picked up by franchise cricket, the 100, the Blast, the Big Bash, etc., which I suppose is great for them in that it develops their career playing with the best in the world, but it sometimes might leave the Irish squad as such a little barer. So you do have that to manage as well, as to how you let them. I mean, you have to. Doesn't Cricket Ireland have to sign sort of? We don't mind them playing. Yeah,
we got to sign release clauses for them, but that's fine. Like I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. In fact, I think it's a great thing for our girls to be exposed to playing with the best players in the world. The more often that happens, the better. So we just need to be able to make sure that we balance our schedule with some of those commitments. And we've had. It's interesting. That's going to go for 4.
Didn't get up at all, that one.
No, it didn't.
Sam Harrison.
It's the first one where there's been a bit of variable bounce. I hadn't seen that up to this, and kind of the wicketkeeper was left. It just didn't get up, as you say, and kind of got through. But I think in principle, we should be able to kind of manage both. We do it obviously with our men's squad as well, where some of our men's players have opportunities to play in various different leagues and kind of pick up short-term contracts. And as long as it is done in a coordinated way, then there's plenty of scope for doing that. And the more demands or requests that we get for our girls, the better, because it means that
they must be doing well.
They're doing very well. Exactly. I don't see that as a problem at all.
No, these franchises aren't going to pick girls just for the sake of it. They want to pick the best, and
absolutely,
if they're picking Irish women, all the better.
Yeah, and it's because they've earned the right to be there, because they are genuinely playing at a world class level. And we've got a number of players that I believe are already there and capable of others getting there as well.
Harbison now into his 6th over. 148 for 6 is the score. Kane and Chester still there at the moment, as we are now into the last 20 overs. And of course, Brian, you have the second career, I suppose. Mostly I see you with a headset on like this. It's because you're TMOing rugby games. It kind of feels funny having the headset on and not watching a rugby match. Actually, I've got a game coming up down in South Africa at the end of the month. I was going to say, when do you get your schedule? Because the logistics, even of just getting you there, let alone everybody else, it must be something else for your diary. Must be completely full of catching flights or. Yeah,
it doesn't have too many kind of spare weekends. Actually, we've got a family get together next Saturday, and I've had that in the diary for a little bit, just to make sure that I was available for it, because it doesn't happen too often that I have spare slots in the diary. But we get our schedule usually about 6 or 8 weeks in advance, and kind of you can
that's not too bad
start to plan around it. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, you do tend to. I find now, being involved on this side of things from the commentary point of view, that free weekends, I remember those. I used to have more free weekends when I played cricket. Now spending a lot more time talking about it.
Well, I suspect you enjoy it though. Like it's.
You wouldn't do this unless you did.
It's a passion, yeah.
I only wish I'd been born 30 years later. Then maybe a career may have opened up. But no, as a hobby, you couldn't get much better. You get to see the best of cricket, and you get to talk about it for hours on end. It's brilliant.
I know, it's fantastic, and it's great. It's a great service to the cricketing community here as well, because people can watch the games on the go. They can, I'm sure.
Well,
there's a big shout there.
Devaraj very interested in that one. Umpire not so much.
I was wondering if he nicked it, and there's no signal for a leg by, so I suspect he got a little inside edge on that one. That saved him.
Just enough to save himself. That'll bring Adam Chester on to strike.
But what I was just saying there, it's a fantastic service that you're providing, and the quality of coverage is fantastic, and the ability for people to be able to watch on an ongoing basis wherever they are is just wonderful. Long may you continue to do it.
I find it absolutely amazing. It's super ball going through, and Chester doing the right thing and leaving that one alone. But I did a bit of background work on Pembroke Cricket Club's stream as to viewing figures at 28,000 watched hours, and it's been going 6 years now, and I was looking at. But the interesting one I found was the countries where it's being picked up in. The Democratic Republic of Congo, and just amazing that people are tuning in from around the world. We had one gentleman the other day tuned in, and Philadelphia. And he said, I just love watching Irish cricket. And he had no connection with it himself at all.
Wow.
But just had come across it and sort of enjoyed it.
Isn't that fantastic? Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's great to see. And also, you know, we tend to forget that there are people who are stuck in their homes for whatever reason, whether it be health or whatever else. And to be able to just still be involved in it, I think it is a great service that Cricket Ireland are providing through HBV Studios of, you know, the interprovincials, the internationals, the club games here. I think it's absolutely fabulous what is being done. That's nicely
That's a good shot.
cut away from Chester. That goes down to where the scorers are sat and where our very own Heatley Tector is doing ground announcements from. 4 more runs onto the total. The score has snuck above 150. And Phoenix will feel a bit happier about that. They're now starting to get to a score that they know is a low score, but possibly could defend.
Yeah, well, you could see he just dropped that one a little bit short and wide, and it was Chester pounced on it straight away. He wasn't going to miss out on that one. But, you know, if Phoenix can post a total up close to 240, 250, you know, at least they've got something to bowl at that point.
It's funny you should say that, because earlier this morning I was talking to Ted Williamson from Cork, from Munster, and he was saying he'd been talking to the Phoenix players and saying, look, a score of 240 here could be a good score. Yeah. It's not the sort of pitch where you can easily get in, but once you're in, you can score runs. And so that's twice I've heard the figure of 240, 250 today, and that could be about what Phoenix are aiming for now.
I think it is. I think if you gave them 240, 250 now, they'd take it. And that was the problem with the Phoenix innings, as we said earlier. As Ted said, you know, it's the sort of wicket that you need to get yourself in first. But once you do get yourself in, then that's when you can try and cash in. And that's where Phoenix have fallen short so far.
But it's also where Marrion have done exceptionally well, because you know, Leon Shields has got up to 40, Nicholas Pretorius 37, and they're taking the wickets even then. Yeah. So, you know, as much as you might think you're in, I think it's a wicket where you're only one ball away, as they say. So yeah, we'll see how the rest of this innings progresses. After 32 now, I can tell you the score is 153 for 6. As 153 for 6 as I take my notes for the second innings. But yes, I think it's just improving things. I think the coverage is helping people keep in touch with Irish cricket. I think it's improving the interest, and it's great to see a ground like here today. We've got the Butlers All Irish Senior Cup final here, but a good crowd have travelled down from Dublin. And cricket always looks better in front of a crowd.
And it's much more fun to play in front of a crowd when you're a player as well. And I suspect we'll have a pretty good crowd tomorrow as well. I think you'll get both Rush and Strabane will be two clubs that will be strongly supported and will bring a number of people with them. So I'm expecting a pretty big crowd tomorrow as well.
Yeah, two clubs that are very much heavily involved in their communities. And as a result, they do have plenty of followers, and we look forward to that. That's the Butlers National Senior Cup that is on tomorrow. Today, however, that's a lovely shot down the ground, hit to long on where there is no fielder, and that's a super shot from Chester, and he picks up another 4, and he's another batsman who appears to have taken the same attitude as Nicholas Pretorius did, which was, well, they're going to get me eventually, so I might as well have fun while I'm here.
Yeah, he was onto that really well and just punched that down the ground. It was a lovely shot.
Well, the very next delivery, Harbison puts in a shorter delivery, which was expected after the boundary, but all the batsman could do was swivel on it. It took his gloves, it was onto him a bit quicker than he expected, and it popped up, and the keeper did exceptionally well to cover the distance and get to the ball before it hit the ground. And that is Adam Chester, the Phoenix skipper, making his way back to the sidelines, having made just 10 runs.
And again, as we've been talking about, the wickets just keep tumbling at a regular basis. As you say, keeper did really well actually, because it was gloved. It kind of was dying, and so he kind of had to make up the ground and dive forward, and he just got there just in time.
Well, Dravinder Ranoliya comes to the middle. He certainly wouldn't have expected to be out there this early in the number of overs. 7 wickets down, and we're in the 33rd over. Sam Harbinson has picked up his first wicket, 1 for 32 in his 7th over. And Phoenix, as we say, well, that 240, 250 looking a fair bit off at the moment.
Yeah, they've work to do here. And again, I think what the lower order need to do here now is support Tyrone Kane, and just make sure that they stick around and they bat out the 50 overs, and let Tyrone try and get as big a defendable total as they can get.
Well, 17 and a half overs remaining. You'd expect, well, Phoenix would like another 100 runs over those. This one flies off the edge down to 3rd, but there is a fielder down there, and it will just be a single. But that's it exactly. Get down the non-striker's end, let Tyrone do his thing.
Yeah, although that did look a little bit streaky, I must admit. It probably wasn't the most controlled shot, but he's done his job. He's got off strike, and the responsibility really for the rest of this innings really falls on Tyrone's shoulders here now.
Well, he's been out there a while now. 44 balls faced. He faces up to his 45th from Sam Harbinson. Well, he will do once everyone agrees it's time to start again. Johnny Kennedy signalling to the scorers, ignore that. And did you come down last night or
no,
down
I
this
came
morning?
Came down this morning. I got on the road early enough actually because I was worried that there might be a bit of traffic around Electric Picnic around Portlaoise, but I don't know if it's because I was on the road early enough. There was nobody on the road, so I needn't have worried.
Yeah, I looked at I was watching AA Traffic Watch all morning yesterday to see what time shall I head off at. I ended up coming down the coast road, down the N11 to Wexford, New Ross, Enniscorthy, Waterford, and just the most scenic route. But because I left early enough, I knew I had plenty of time.
Yeah, you were able to enjoy it.
And it's a part of the country I hadn't seen before. So that's the end of Sam Harbinson's over. He's bowled 7 now, 1 for 34. The score has moved on to 160 for 7 off 33. Runs coming, but another wicket falling as well. So the announcement during the week then was of a 4,000-seater stadium, plans approved by the government for Abbottstown, is it, Brian?
Yeah, it's the National Sports Campus, the Sport Ireland National Sports Campus. And it's a very, very significant announcement. It's more than just a stadium, it's a whole high-performance centre. So obviously we've got our high-performance facilities out there already. But what this will mean is that not only do we have a permanent stadium, but with a minimum of 4,000 permanent seats, and then we can kind of dial that up
as required
for major matches. But we'll also have an upgraded outdoor training centre, indoor training centre, and all of the facilities that you require around that. So it's going to become a really fantastic facility and asset for Irish cricket going forward, and it's something that we've been working on for a long time. And obviously, with the announcement during the week, it's now very much come to fruition. But it's a very, very significant step forward for us.
I was going to say that's a massive step, getting the government behind it and looking forward to it then. And I suppose is the target to have this in place before 2030?
Yeah, so the target would be that ideally up and running by 2028, and then we've got a bit of a lead into the T20 World Cup. He's got a nick on that, but it just bounced in front of the keeper.
Tyrone Kane it is, using the edge of his bat to steer it wide enough of Adam Rossley, and it went away for 4 runs and 4 welcome runs for Phoenix. And the score moves on to 164 for 7. So yeah, you were saying about the high performance centre and the stadium itself. 2028 is the sort of that sort of, I suppose, gives you the leeway that you will be there for 2030.
Correct. Yeah, like obviously we've been talking to the government for a long time around this, and we've always said that if we didn't get going by 2024, like this stage of the process by 2024, then the timetable was going to start to prove a little bit more difficult. So hats off to the ministers, Catherine Martin and Minister Byrne. They've delivered on the promise that they made to us, it's fantastic, and it's one piece of the jigsaw of the infrastructure that we need, because our infrastructure needs are kind of more extensive than that. So there's other elements to it, but that's obviously a very, very significant component of the infrastructure piece. I think. As you may be aware, there's also developments in Stormont, so there's a very significant development going on up in Stormont that's gone through the planning process, and again that's going to have a very significant impact in terms of playing and training facilities in Stormont.
Well, I suppose this is one of the difficulties of 32 county sport, is that you're dealing with two sets of governments. You're dealing with the UK government up the north with regards to Stormont, etc., and then with our own government down here. So twice as many government meetings, I suppose. Yeah,
well, so like it was interesting. One of the strategic rationales for the test match in Stormont against Zimbabwe was exactly that, to kind of show the authorities up north that. There is a benefit to the local economy for bringing events there, and First Minister and the Deputy First Minister came to the game. We had some really, really good discussions with them at the match, and subsequently we're going to be meeting them again. So I think again there's very strong support both north and south behind cricket on the island of Ireland, and we're very grateful for the support that they give us. And I think the other significance of the announcement in relation to obviously the National Stadium in Abbottstown, it plus Stormont, plus what's happening in Malahide. So Malahide is there's plans for a redevelopment of the clubhouse in Malahide.
Okay.
That's gone to planning. We're waiting on a decision from Fingal County Council on the planning on that. And Cricket Ireland are working very closely with Malahide around all of that, because there's a large-scale sports infrastructure fund, and Cricket Ireland have made an application in partnership with Malahide in relation to that. So the whole kind of plan is from a major infrastructure perspective, we'll have the facility in the Sport Ireland campus. We'll have an upgraded facility in Stormont. We'll have a redeveloped Malahide. We'll have improvements to Breedy, and that kind of is the kind of main building blocks of our infrastructure for hosting international cricket. And we'll need all of those facilities and more to host the volume of cricket that we'll have going forward.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Then the volume of cricket is massive these days.
It is massive, but what that then leads on to, and what's been a frustration for me for quite some time, is the amount of money that we invest in temporary infrastructure, because we don't have those permanent infrastructures in place, is money that is effectively lost after those games are gone. And so we can then start redirecting that money into where it should be going, which is the development of the game at grassroots level. We've re-established the club fund, and the idea will be then that we have a lot more that we can invest in the club fund, and then clubs up and down the island can start kind of working with us to develop their facilities and upgrade their equipment needs and all that sort of stuff. So that's ultimately where we want to get to, where we have the major infrastructure kind of pieces sorted, and then we can then start focusing on, I suppose, supporting.
Once you have it to a permanent stadium with permanent seating, etc., as you say, that money that was spent on temporary stands in Malahide, which must run into thousands, Brian. I mean, that frees up that money straight away, as you say. It's almost like, not having a big loan behind you that you're having to pay interest on.
Yeah, correct. So if we can start kind of reinvesting that into other areas of where there is kind of need. So as I said, the kind of for me the kind of two big areas are driving participation, growing the game, and supporting particularly clubs and the provincial unions in facilities and equipment kind of outside of those major kind of international venues. I think when we get to that point, then we're starting to put in place the long-term infrastructure to support the game at every level, club level and international level, and everything in between, for the future. So that's what we've been working towards for some time now. But obviously, those pieces of the jigsaw need to kind of fit in place and
drop in at the right time and the right place.
Yeah, we're starting to see that coming together now. And like again, we got to be patient, and it's frustrating that we're not there yet. But you can see where it's going, and that's hopefully in we're about to kind of launch our new strategy next week, which is a 4-year strategy. So hopefully by the end of the term of that 4-year strategy, we'll have those building blocks in place, and then we'll really start to see the acceleration of the development of the game.
Sort of less building blocks and more the foundations of a house, isn't it? I mean, it's not just one more block on top of another. You're actually putting down the foundations for long-term building. Then.
Yeah. So once we have all of that in place, we're then in a position where we're operating as a full member, a test nation, absent of the kind of infrastructure that a full member requires. So once we've got that in place, then we're in a position to be
a full member.
A full member. Yeah, exactly. So as I said, it's going to take still another few years to get there, but it's very clear where we're trying to get to.
But as you say, it's very definitely a road plan that you have, and you're on the right road at the moment, anyway.
Yeah, well, small steps at a time, and I'm always a little bit reluctant to talk. You've got to get the balance right, so you've got to kind of paint the picture for where we are going. But equally, I know people are probably sick and tired of listening to talk about a national stadium and is it ever going to happen. So that became a lot more real this week for people. We've known for some time that this is going to happen, and it's, we've had to kind of do a lot of work in the background around the planning on it.
And it must be quite frustrating from your point of view in that you hear moaning and whining going on. You know that this work is going on in the background, but you can't say anything yet because you need another couple of things to come together, and then you have your answer for these people. But it's sometimes the criticism comes without knowing what the full story is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So I suppose there's a bit. You've got to be a bit balanced about that, right? So personally, I would prefer kind of not to talk about things that might happen and to talk about things that are happening.
So, well, that's it, isn't it?
So sometimes, maybe we should talk a lot more about kind of some of the things that are going to happen. But, I think people are a bit cynical towards kind of...
If it doesn't happen now, we'll be on your case again, sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'd much prefer to be able to be in a position, as we are this week, for example, to talk about something that's definite. And it's very concrete and people can see it. But the other thing I would say about the criticism side of it is I actually don't have a problem with that. People who criticise me or others for some of the decisions that we make do so on the basis of their passion for the game, and they're coming from the place of they really care about cricket. We all do, and cricket in Ireland. And so I'm more than happy to listen to people. They mightn't always have all the information that I might have.
Yeah, that's...
But they're coming at it from a perspective of they want what's best for Irish cricket. And so from that perspective, I don't mind that at all, actually. And if we didn't have that, then we wouldn't have people who care about the game. And if we don't have people who care about the game, we don't have a game.
Then why are we here, would
exactly.
be the question.
So,
no, sort of more the, sort of, as you said there, the not fully informed criticism. People jump on a bandwagon about certain things or whatever, but if they actually knew what was going on in the background or knew the work that was going on, then that would answer their questions.
Yeah, to a point. And like again, I don't want, I'm as frustrated as anybody else about the lack of
as I say, it must be
infrastructure that we have.
it must be frustrating for you as much as anybody else, if not more so, because you do know the work that's gone on, and you understand the weight of work that's gone on and has been put into these things, and people are just there having a pint in their local club or whatever and talking about their passion for cricket, etc. But without knowing what is actually in train from Cricket Ireland, they jump to conclusions.
Yeah.
And often not the right one.
And but sometimes some of the criticism is very valid as well. We don't get everything right, and there are times when we could have done things in a different way or done things better. There's no question about that. And certainly, I would prefer if we were at this point slightly earlier, a couple of years ago or whatever. But it does take time, and I think we're very clear on the long-term direction, and I'm very confident about what kind of the long-term future. And I'm probably as impatient as everybody else is to get there as quickly as we can. But
and the other thing, of course, is to recognise the huge steps that have been taken forward. That where we were, say. For me, Irish cricket didn't begin in 07, but it was certainly the explosion of interest and people realising that Ireland did play cricket was that World Cup in Jamaica, which of course is highly appropriate, it being the Bob Kerr Trophy, and poor Bob passed away on that trip. But the steps that Irish cricket have taken in terms of facilities, equipment, the amount of covers, mobile covers, just little things that just each add another layer of professionalism to how a club is run or to how sides play, etc. And so much happens off the pitch that has to happen to enable this stuff to go on. So there's that sort of great weight of knowledge out there that people are sort of, as you say, passion for the game.
Yeah,
and that's the overriding thing you have.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, it's where cricket in Ireland is unrecognisable to what it was. Yeah. Funny, I was kind of reminiscing with some of the old Phoenix team that won the Irish Senior Cup
86
in '86, and we were talking about that very point, that kind of just how far the game has come and how far it's developed. And I'd like to think in 10 years' time from now, we'd look back on where we are today and go, in 10 years' time, God, haven't we developed a long way from where we were 10 years ago? So, it's an ever-evolving journey and picture. Sometimes we can't forget kind of, where we've come from and where we've got to. Even though that journey is nowhere near over, it's still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, sometimes people are so focused on the road ahead, they forget to look behind them and say, "Wow, haven't we come a long way?" Yeah. Every journey starts today, sort of thing. No, it doesn't. It's been going on for ages, and we've taken a lot of steps forward, and we are in a position now. I mean, you see things like Curtis Camphor going over and playing for, I think it was Gloucestershire. That wouldn't have happened years ago. I mean, there was no way Irish players would get involved in county games or further afield.
Although funny enough, I mean, we've always produced players. I've always felt that we've produced players that were capable of playing county cricket. Like, I go back to kind of my time playing. I would have played against the likes of. I remember playing against Mark Cohen and Dermot Monteith and Alan Lewis and. Kind of guys like that who 100% were
had the class and
had the class and quality to play.
And again, this brings us back to the cricket as a career side of things.
Yeah.
As you say, you're talking about those players, Alan Lewis and Angus Dunlop and that sort of thing, whereby they had careers to run as well, and still could play cricket at a very good level. So what would they have done if they'd had contracts whereby they could concentrate on cricket? How far could those guys have gone? Obviously, you can't compare era to era, but there's a lot of players. Michael Halliday did play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
In fact, I've noted earlier, Michael, 93 caps, which sounds an awful lot, but it was over 19 years. You know, and these days guys can get to that many caps far, far quicker because there's a lot more sport on, there's a lot more games being played. There's a lot more competitions as well. I mean, it used to be that, I mean, I remember before the World Cup, that's how old I am, but I remember the 75 World Cup. I was only a nipper at the time, but it was a big event in my life. Watching that, you know, and how that game, you know, suddenly we had World Cups every 4 years, and then you had the Champions Trophy, and now they seem to have a different competition each week.
Yeah, the landscape has changed dramatically, and it's funny you referenced the '75 World Cup. One of my earliest memories as a kid when I started playing cricket, the Somerset team, which had Viv Richards and Joel Garner and
Captain Rose
and Captain Rose, yeah. And we used to, when we were kind of playing up in the outfield in Clontarf and just kind of messing around, Somerset for some reason was the team that we all identified with. I don't know why.
They were the Beatles of county cricket, really, weren't they?
I think they were the glamour side.
Yeah, they seemed to play hard and play hard.
Yeah,
yeah. Back in the day. Of course, one of the things I do remember from that era was Somerset getting thrown out of the Benson Hedges when Rose declared 1 for no wicket, lost the game, but he knew his run rate was good enough to get through to the quarterfinals, and they got thrown out. And that was something that sort of appealed to me as a kid. Was what they were doing wasn't fair.
Yeah.
And cricket was the game to stamp on that and say, no, if you're going to play like that, go and play somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, and that was brilliant for me, and it was great. But again, looking back, and it's only when you see old clips of Peter West in the commentary tower or Tony Lewis and these guys back then, John Arlott, of course, magnificent, that you see how far the English game has progressed. And we're talking about the Irish game progressing quickly, but the English game has moved on so much as well in the last sort of 20, 30 years to an unrecognisable state, and especially with their national team and national team selection and things like that. It has changed greatly. All I'm saying is the game is continuously evolving.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Like so, and again, that's something that we're very cognizant of in terms of kind of setting out the kind of plans that we have, the medium and long-term plans that we have. Just recognising that kind of change and evolution is going to continue at a pace.
Sorensen it is from the Mardyke Walk end. He still just has that 1 wicket. Score has moved on to 183 for 7. Tyrone Kane, he's going along very nicely, and Dev is actually providing them with that support that we said he needed.
Yeah, he has, and as you can see, this just after this ball, there's 12 overs to go. So it is critical that they see out these 12 overs. Like if they see out these 12 overs, they'll get up to 230, 235. You know,
yep.
And as you said, I'll bow to kind of Ted's local knowledge in terms of what's a defendable total here, but if he thinks 235, 240 is a competitive total, it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out in the second half.
And it will also be interesting to see how Marrion attack chasing down such a total. You know, are they going to sort of try and dig in and provide a proper foundation, or will they go after it quite quickly? The 50 over game, of course, just so different to the 20 over game, and sometimes you see, I've noticed it within my own club, you get guys playing T20 in a 50 over game, and you can be pulling your hair out saying, what are you doing that for? So it'll be interesting to see. Lots of fascinating cricket yet to come. As Brian said, there's just about 12 overs to go. Tom Stanton now is going to finish out his spell, and he's done a super job. He opened the bowling, he came on in the middle for a couple of overs, and now he's going to finish out for his 10, and he might be wicketless at the moment, but he's done a very fine job for Marrion.
Yeah, he has. To be fair, all the Marrion bowlers have done their job. I've been very impressed with the bowling attack from Marrion.
I think Tyrone Kane, he's waiting for one that's either very loose, 3 balls left in Stanton's spell. And you can almost see Tyrone Keynes thinking, well, I'll just see him out now. He's gone. Won't have to worry too much. He's waiting for the loose one. And if it comes, you'll see the bat swing. But by and large, I think he's happy enough just to see the end of Tom Stanton.
And he understands that they do have to bat out the 50 overs. So they've got another 11 overs. They will have opportunities to score in that phase, but they've got to see out those 50 overs and bat the 50 overs. That'll be the kind of biggest error that they can make in this innings if they don't kind of avail of all 50 overs.
Yeah, well, 11 and a ball to go. Brian, thank you very much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Fascinating to hear all the plans and how well they're going. Well, 11 overs to go, and the state of play at the moment. Phoenix have reached 183 for 7. Tyrone Kane has moved on to 39. These two have put on 25 together, which is a valuable stand in as far as Phoenix are concerned. But a fine performance by Marrion. Many thanks to Brian McNeice, who joined us, give us all the news on Cricket Island and their announcement of a new stadium. And I'm delighted now to welcome Gordon Black, another man who's involved in cricket and rugby.
Indeed, yeah.
And Gordon, you join us just coming to the end of this Phoenix innings. You're a Phoenix man yourself.
Oh, very much so, yeah. I suppose I joined the club in 1971, so I'm a long time.
You're very definitely then.
Yeah.
And your memories of 1986, you were captain on that day. First Lens decide to win the... Well, it wasn't called the Bob Kerr in those days. It was just the All Island Cup.
Was it the Schweppes Cup? Yeah,
Schweppes
Cup. We were trying to think of that the other day, actually.
They were certainly the sponsors in the first few editions.
I think it was the Schweppes Cup in '86. Yeah, funny enough, I actually was asked by Adam Chester, the Phoenix captain, would I say a few words to the current team about '86 during the week there, Wednesday night, and I kind of did a quick evolution of the competition for them because it started in 1982.
Yeah, 42 years now.
Yeah, it's that
one's in the air, just clears the fielder, wide gully. It's going to run away to the boundary. 188 for 7. 4 more runs for Dev, 4 more runs for Phoenix. And now we're at the stage of the day, Gordon, where you're starting to see people walking around the ground carrying glasses of amber liquid.
And a few of them inside in the bar have a dark liquid as well. I've left my wife in there when she's having a very nice glass of Sauvignon Blanc.
Very nice.
But unfortunately, I have to drive when I get back off the train in Dublin tonight, so I'm staying away from there just for a while.
Yes, I'm fortunate enough that after today's game, it's just preparing for the Rush Strabane game tomorrow in the National Cup.
Yeah.
I think it's great that people, a good crowd down today. The Phoenix have brought a decent crowd, as have Marrion.
We've got a good crowd with us. Unfortunately, I think our seconds, thirds and fourths are all playing today in league games.
Isn't it a shame?
There's no chance for them to be able to come down.
This one comes off a leading edge. It goes up. The bowler's underneath it. He takes the catch. Sorensen picks up his second. The wicket falls. And that's 8 down now with 188 on the board. And Marrion will definitely be the happier of the two teams. Well, Dev makes his way to the sidelines after a stand of 30 for the 8th wicket, and a very necessary stand it was too. But this was a fine caught and bowled from Sorensen. He got the leading edge and it went up. It didn't go up too far, fairly regulation, but you could see Sorensen when he was taking the catch was looking around him to see where the non-striking batsman was, see where the umpire was, make sure he had plenty of room in which to take the catch. So your memories of 86, did you win the toss, bat first?
No, I lost the toss. Donna Manna won the toss. They elected to bat, and when their supporters when their skipper signalled to the wall where they were there, they've been in residence since about 10 o'clock for an 11 o'clock start. They were all yay, and we took the field. We were without Hugh Milling, our international opening bowler, who had a bad dose of shin splints. And the gentleman sitting to your left there, David Streak, was a young 17-year-old in King's Hospital. And he was in to open the bowling that day.
He insisted he was only 16. I don't know whether that's because
16.
that's probably because he's lying about his age now.
Quite likely, yeah. But he was a nervous kitten that day, and I always remember him saying to me, "Will you please bowl me straight through if I can? I will have to come back." But he bowled extremely well. Got a very good caught and bowled running back over his head, actually, off their opening batsman. And Donamana never got going that day. They kept losing wickets a bit like Phoenix have today, but they didn't score as quickly as what we have here. Decker Curry came in at 3 or 4, and Michael Halliday, our Irish off-spin bowler, who's over the far side of the ground here at the moment. I always remember he bowled the first ball over to Decker, and he creamed it out towards extra cover where David Piggott, who's just walked past a short time ago, was fielding. And Piggott was wringing in his hands and threw the ball back and took a few steps backwards. The next ball, similar thing, ping, again straight to extra cover. Oh, Piggott was, oh my God, my hands. Went further back, next ball pinged again, 3 in succession to extra cover. At this stage he was almost deep extra cover. And the fourth ball, Mike bowled an arm ball, which was one of the more obvious ones in Irish cricket, clipped the top of off stump. And I think Donovan at that stage realised it just mightn't be their day. So we kind of wheeled them out, and we got them out for, I don't know exactly, maybe about 110, somewhere around, low hundreds anyway. And
now, that considered scores of 110, though these days sounds incredibly low. Back in the day, uncovered wickets and all the such like, you really had to fight for your runs back in those days.
Not quite as bad as that. This was a good track in Rathmines, and it was a very under par score. But you're right, in our day, Craig, a score of 180 was normally something you'd want to defend. Nowadays, like our 188, whatever it is now at this stage, is a nothing score. You're really looking at, these guys are looking at a minimum of 250 to have.
There's the scorecard in front of you there. Go
so
on.
109, I think it says there, was the total on the day. Yeah, I wasn't too far off. I haven't seen that scorecard for a long time. Everyone chipped in. I myself got 1 wicket. Mike got a couple. David got. Made you get David 1 or 2 that day? Just the 1. Brian Freer. We all bowled very steadily, and we bowled them out. Our opening batsmen were international pair, Alf Masood, who's also here today, and Jerry Murphy.
So how many of the 86 side are here today? You keep saying, and he's over there, and he's over there.
Well,
so
we'd hoped to. Of the side that played that day, unfortunately, 2 have passed away. Neil Taylor, the number 3 bat, died last year, I think it was. And unfortunately, Brian Freer, our opening bowler, died back in about just before the turn of 2000.
That one goes through to the keeper. Good bounce there.
Yeah. So of the rest, Jerry was supposed to be coming down here. He was actually from Cork originally. He went to school in Middleton College down here. But unfortunately, he's a family commitment today. He can't be here. And Stan Mitchell, who was definitely coming and was booked in the River Lee and everything, has got a dose of shingles.
Oh, nasty. Well, hopefully he's tuned in.
But hopefully so, yeah. He was saying in the WhatsApp group to us today, it's the 3rd time he's had it. He had it a few weeks ago at the Leinster Cup final, just before that. And he thought he was over it. But unfortunately, it's come back, and he's in a bit of spot of bother with it at the moment. So, but of the rest of the side, Alpha's here, Jerry's not, Neil's not, Stan Mitchell was supposed to, but is not. David Enser is here, David Piggott is here, Put my glasses on to read the rest of the side. I'm here. Collie Daly, unfortunately, is not. Michael Halliday's here. Brian Freer, as I said, has passed away. And David himself is here. So,
because I saw an interview with Adam Chester during the week he did with Isabel Joyce as part of the Butlers Irish Senior Cup preview. And he said, I'm just fed up of listening to the old blokes going on about 86.
in fairness, I think he was just exaggerating that a little bit because we don't actually talk about it very much.
No.
Well, we're actually very rarely in the club now. The club has completely changed from our day. It's a lot of parents of the youth from the north side area or Castleknock and around there who have kind of come in and got involved in the club and are now running it very successfully. I was just saying to somebody inside today that when I joined Phoenix in 1971...
Oh, this one's off the edge. It flies down towards third. He takes it on the bounce. It was definitely on the inches away from being taken. And his quick return almost caused Tyrone Kane a little bit of anxiety as he made his ground at the non-striker's end. Kane is on 41 now. Phoenix score approaching 200. They're on 191 for 8. There are still 8, nearly 9 overs to go. But only 2 wickets in hand for Phoenix. And it's been this regular loss of wickets today that is as same as Donnanana back in 86.
Yeah, they didn't bat their overs. And unfortunately, it's a trait of this team that they don't tend to bat their full overs. So it's the way the modern players are playing the game is very different to what we did. When I finished having a chat with them on Wednesday night, the last thing I said to them was, sell your wicket dearly.
Yes, make it a Harrods wicket, not a little one. Yeah,
sell your wicket dearly. Unfortunately, a few of them haven't done that today.
Mid-season sale sometimes for some of them.
Oh, it's just so frustrating to watch. But also, we've got probably one of the very best batsmen in Ireland in George Dockrell. And in 2 cup finals in the space of 3 weeks, he's been run out twice, neither being his fault.
Yeah.
And that is it's just so annoying to see.
Well, you can certainly tell from the joy on the Marrion players when John Anderson's throw removed that bail, and it did only remove the bail.
Yeah.
And it made such a difference because the mood just lifted amongst the Marrion players. They knew they'd got George out. Oh, this one's flying down towards us here. David Streak reliving 86 by fielding that one
he just about was able to bend down this time. Yeah. Now, as I was saying, Greg, that when I first joined Phoenix in 71, there wasn't one single member of our team lived on the north side. We all travelled from the south side.
Wow.
I think that has been fairly normal over the years. I remember David Pickett Sr., father of the current David Pickett, he lives in Bray, or Cabinteely actually. He would pick me up in Blackrock on the way through. Jerry Murphy was somewhere close by. Brian Freer lived in Ranelagh. Stan Mitchell was in Sandymount. I mean, only when Stan went and I bought a house in Castleknock, that was the start of somebody being in. And then Stan Oakes arrived.
Well, of course, the Phoenix Park is the only part of Dublin on the north side with an even numbered postcode.
Yep.
Dublin 8 in the Phoenix Park.
Yeah. So now I would think there possibly is nobody and even some of our former players. Just talking to David here earlier on, David Piggott himself, his kids are playing in Marrion because they live over in that direction. And there's others. I think Ray Tilson, Ray Tilson's grandkids are playing in Marrion, and that's where Rob Tilson, who would have played in Phoenix, they go there. And it's just unfortunately now busy families. Even with 2 cars, the wives aren't going to be driving up to Phoenix Park, which, to be honest with you, is a very difficult place. A very difficult place to get to these days. It's just with the way the roads are now, and I know for me, trying to get across from Terranure to the park can be a nightmare on certain occasions.
Well run by Tyrone Kane. He noticed that the fielder had fumbled the ball down at the third man, and that allowed him to get back for the second and retain the strike. He's moved on to 43 now, and Phoenix really on the brink of double century. 197 for 8. Still not ideal, not where they would have wanted to be, but they are sort of approaching a score that will give them the option to try and defend it.
Yeah, in fairness, the last couple of wickets have what I would call batted properly. And Tyrone, who can be a bit of a hitter himself, he's been the one who's knuckled down and just said, has said right.
Well, hasn't he just adjusted his game to fit the situation? He's still capable of hitting these boundaries. We've seen that today even. But 78 balls to get to 44 shows you that he has just, as we say, knuckled down to his innings here. Nice bit of fielding by the non-striking stumps. Just one of the bails coming off. But yes, Theo Dempsey looks like he's determined to be positive out there. But Kane really has sort of come in and came in at number 7, which I suppose is that traditional finisher's role to look after the tail. And he's doing a fabulous job for Phoenix.
Yeah, and normally he would have, earlier on the season, he would have batted up the order probably about number 4. So the way the side has evolved this season, that Shane Getgate, who was down batting 6 or 7, wasn't getting runs down there, so they put him up the top. He got runs in the last couple of games, and so they felt they'd stick with it and hope it would come off. Unfortunately today, it can happen to anybody. First over a game, you get a good one, your LBW, and that's the end of your day with the batting.
Yeah,
just one of those things.
I think that's one of the reasons I became a bowler, was because I looked at it and said, well, your days. I watched my dad, who was an opener and didn't bowl, and if he was out first ball, that's it. This next 7 hours of half of it fielding. Oh, and there we go. Dempsey trying to be very positive, pulling that one into the leg side. They go for 2. They will pick up 2. Tyrone Kane trusting his partner implicitly, and they pick up another 2 runs, and there is 200 on the board now. 8 wickets down. We're in the 43rd over. And 200, well, at one stage. Well, Tyrone Kane came in at the fall of the 5th wicket, and the score was 101. So he's seen them from 101 to 200. He's done so with a number of partners, obviously, but he's done the job that Phoenix needed today.
Oh, very much so. He has batted very sensibly. 200 still, you would suggest, is not a winning score in this wicket, but you never know. I would said probably they're looking at 250 plus to have a realistic chance, because Marrion are a good balanced batting side as well.
Certainly plenty of batting in the Marrion side. Stephen Doherty we saw rolling his ankle earlier, but one suspects he'll be okay to open. Swabnil Modgill, Peter Francis, Adam Rossley, Sam Harbison himself, John Anderson, of course. The evergreen John Anderson, I think could be referred to after that fielding to get rid of George Dockrell. Yeah, it amazed me that the first 4 or 5 wickets all fell to different methods. You had an LBW, a run out, a caught behind, caught his slip, caught in the outfield. I mean, there was no consistency to how they were getting Phoenix batsmen out, but I don't suppose they cared either.
There was no surprise to us, unfortunately. It was quite quick.
Well, Peter Francis is back. He's 2 overs left, and one suspects he's going to take those now. Azim Ali Beg signalling that that's the one short ball for the over, but you can see Dempsey was looking to take it on. Even a thick edge would have come flying down to us here. We've already had a couple into us here today. Francis has bowled exceptionally well today. A loud call of weight from Dempsey. I think that was as much frustration as anything else, knowing that he'd hit it straight to the fielder.
He's a talented all-rounder who would have been a quick bowler who batted a bit, but his batting has come on a lot. And hopefully his bowling will match up as well. Need a good opening spell from him. Because we have a couple of seamers, 2-3 seamers, Tyrone Kane, Dempsey and Jack Lawler, the pro. That's out. Oh, it's well,
that one goes down the ground. Craig Easton, it is in the crowd, sticking out his ankle, risking stress fractures and more there, I think. but he really should have let that just hit the Butlers sign behind him and stepped out of the way. But a nice 4. It was in the air. The fielder was interested. I think that's Sam Harbison there. Interested for a moment, but it went flying past him. And 4 more runs, and every run here, well, it's almost a bonus run at this stage.
Well, we need every one we can get, and certainly, as you say, that's...
Well, the umpire's letting that one go, are they?
Have you not had one for the over already?
2 for the over.
It shows how out of touch I am with the modern game. Even though I was umpiring up till 5 years ago, I wasn't sure whether you're allowed 1 for the over or 2 for the over.
I think that's something that's only changed this year. And I think part of it was that if you bowled that ball first ball up, the batsman was safe in the knowledge that nothing else was going to be short. And I think knowing that there's 2 for the over now, you can bowl that early one and still keep the batsman thinking that, well, when's the second one going to come?
Yeah, I can understand that.
Oh, that's a lovely shot round to the leg side. There is a fielder. All he can do is watch it clear the fence. It goes a long way. Theo Dempsey picks up a lovely 6 runs. And that brings the score up to 211 for 8. And that suddenly, Phoenix starting to push on just a little bit here. 60 metres it is to that boundary, and he cleared that by a good 10 or 15 metres. So a massive hit, and already you can see Azam Ali Beg heading off to meet. And they'll find a new ball.
Yes, that cleared the hedge on the far side of the ground there by quite a distance.
So there is the Phoenix card that we've seen so far. You can see the highlights of it. Well, the one at the moment is definitely Tyrone Kane, 44 for 78, a measured, restrained approach from Tyrone. Up above him, well, the wickets have fallen too regularly. George Dockrell run out for 9, Getgate LBW for 0, and then Amish Sidhu, well, he was bowled by a beauty, and he also ended up with 0. So all in all, 211. And suddenly we're getting to a total that Phoenix will start to believe that anything is possible.
Yes, at one stage after an hour's play, we were almost having to rethink our plans for the late train back, and we could be going back in an earlier one. But
well, Dempsey finally succumbs. Anything that was pitched short, he was taking on. Almost, I wouldn't use the phrase as a derogatory term, but baseball. He was taking on anything short. This one was right up at his toes, couldn't get down to it. Through his defences, and Dempsey departs for 17. And you can hear the ground announcer. He'll announce the wicket falling. Well, perhaps we won't listen to what he has to say. 9 wickets down now, 211 on the board. And that was a partnership of 23 and a very important one for the 9th wicket. Last man in now, Ben White. There's still a few overs to go, and they still would want to bout the overs. But Ben White coming in number 11, and Tyrone Kane. Well, with Ben down the other end, you may see Tyrone throw the bat now.
Possibly, but hopefully
big shots.
Ben is an international player. I know he's picked as a leg spinner, but he'll also have faced some good bowling in his time. So nothing here should faze him in terms of the bowling he's going to receive. And it's important that he at least holds an end up and tries to give the strike back to Tyrone and let Tyrone do the bulk of the scoring.
Well, there you go, on the screen again. And just to remind you, I'm with the captain of that Phoenix side, Gordon Black, 1986.
Yeah, we were the first team from the south of Ireland to win the cup, because in '82, when the competition started, North beat Leinster in the final, and then I think Waringstown won it, Lurgan I think won it. And that's it.
There we go.
Yep. North, Warrington, Lurgan, Downpatrick had fought in '85, and then we came in '86. And then the following year, St Johnstone won it, but St Johnstone play in the
Oh,
Northwest.
that's gone up a very long way. This could see the end of the innings. Wonder who's calling for that, because that was up there forever. Well, what an absolute disaster. The ball went so high in the air. It was a tricky one for the fielder to take. He had to cover some ground. He failed on the catch, but smothered the ball, and both batsmen were at the same end. And it was the wrong end. And so run out, and the wicket means that Phoenix end on 211, and it's taken, they've left 5.4 overs behind. Well, Gordon, at the end of the innings, thank you very much for joining us today.
Pleasure, Craig.
And hopefully you enjoy the second innings perhaps more than perhaps the first.
But unfortunately, I think that seeing that final dismissal sums up the Phoenix batting today. That was utterly shambolic. And my talk to them obviously about setting the wickets dearly was not listened to at all. On that,
Summer sail. Summer sail, Gordon. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much to Gordon Black. And talk to you later. Well, this is the story of that first innings in this Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy. And Tyrone Kane, he stands tall in there, not out 44. He stayed there for 80 balls, and he looked after the tail, and he came in when the score was 101 for 5, and the score at the end of the innings is 211. He was there for 110 runs. He scored 44 of them, and really he is the standout in what Phoenix will look back on as quite a disappointing opportunity that they took. 211. They've left over 5 overs to go. And here are the partnerships, and you can see Shields and Lawler, that's the top partnership they've had, and they had a few into the 20s and 30s, but nobody really stuck around. And even on the individual scores, you saw the top score today was Tyrone Kane's 44. But quite importantly, you can see 55, 58, 68, 78 runs coming from the last 4 wickets, and those 78 have at last given Phoenix a chance in the second innings. Marrion will be delighted. They only used the 5 bowlers. Peter Francis, well, he bowled exceptionally well. He took the first wicket to fall, he took the last wicket to fall in totally different ways. The first wicket, LBW, the last, well, he bowled it, and the drop catch and the run out meant that Phoenix's innings finished at 211. Devereux 2 for 61, and Sorensen's 2 for 41, but also Tom Stanton, he bowled his 10 overs and only went for 33 runs. So this is how we stand at the moment. This Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy here at the Mardyke in Cork. And Phoenix, well, they'll be quite disappointed at having only put up 211. Marrion will be quite pleased that they will only have to chase 212 in the second innings, and we'll be back for that, I'd say, in about 30 minutes. So until then, we'll leave you with the match summary. And thank you for joining us, and join us again later on. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Mardyke in Cork. Cork County celebrating 150 years and as a result are hosting this Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Cup. Well, that trophy will be lifted in a few hours' time and it will be interesting to see which captain it is going up. Marrion, well, they'll consider themselves to be in the box seat at the moment. They have dismissed Phoenix for 211, which means that they require 212 runs to lift the Bob Kerr trophy. And we'll see how that goes on now. Phoenix in the field. Tyrone Kane will take the new ball. And the opening batsman for Marrion, Stephen Doherty and Swapnil Modgill, both of whom have been in fine form this year. Stephen Doherty in the Leinster Leagues, averaging over 50, with over 500 runs. Well, his partner, Swapnil Modgill, he's closing in on 500 runs in the Leinster Senior Leagues. However, in the Bob Kerr Butlers All-Ireland Cup, Swapnil Modgill is the leading scorer in the competition with 326 runs. And we start with a dot ball. Plenty of chat amongst the Phoenix players. They feel that they've put themselves in a position to win this game, having managed to reach 211, and a lot of that is down to this opening bowler, Tyrone Kane. He scored 44 not out in the Phoenix innings and looked after the tail to such an extent that they put on 110 runs whilst he was at the wicket. Second ball flies through to the keeper. Pretorius behind the stumps. A fairly steady field, standard field rather than steady, I suppose, for Tyrone Kane. He has a mid-off, he has a covers, he has a man behind point, and he has the third man who is outside the circle. They also have a long leg outside the circle, plus a couple of fielders inside the ring on the leg side. Two slips in place, and on this occasion, Pretorius is just getting enough onto it as it went down the leg side, and so Marrion's chase is underway. Two added to the total. And they're well and truly underway now. Marrion missing Mikey O'Reilly today, of course. He has a stress factor which has him out for the rest of the season. He's walking around the ground here in one of those moon boots. He's not the only one. I've seen a couple of people with those. Seems to be the way of the world now. Gone are the days of the old plaster cast and crutches. And these days you're given a plastic boot and wished the best of luck. Played away on the offside through the gap in the field. Ben White is the fielder who's chasing it down. He will get there before it reaches the rope. He saves a couple of runs. And the throw back in. Nice chase, saving runs, and that will be important for Phoenix as much as they will want to go on the attack in search of early wickets. They also don't really want to let Marrion get away to a flying start either. Both of these batsmen, as I say, in great form, and if they can get in on this wicket, they could prove to be hard to dislodge. Another one played through the offside, past the fielder. Ben White, just watch that one go past. It runs away to the boundary. And this is what I mean about runs coming quickly. 8 coming from Kane's first 4 deliveries. And you can already see that the run rate required, well, it wasn't the highest to begin with. 4.14. And already this opening has forced a change in the field. Theo Dempsey it is, coming on to the offside from the leg side. Dunny has a good loud shout of no. One just played away on the leg side. Umpire Johnny Kennedy at the river end. Standing umpire. Azim Ali Beg is square leg, just outside of your shot at the moment. And another superb shot through the offside, driven through extra cover. Nice bit of fielding on the sidelines, down with one hand. Takes that nice and cleanly. However, an expensive over for Phoenix, for Tyrone Kane. And Stephen Darley, he's off to a fly at 10 off just 4 balls. And that is a super start for Marrion. What a contrast it is to the Phoenix innings. Phoenix, well, they ended that first over with a wicket down and no runs on the board. Marrion doing exactly the opposite. They're chasing 212 for victory, which means another 200 runs in 49 overs. Well, we saw spin introduced in the first couple of overs in the first innings, and that worked out well for Marrion. Tom Stanton, well, he bowled 10 overs for 33, was wicketless, but 3 of those overs came at the top of the innings and just enabled Marrion just to ease their way into the game. They got most of the way through the power play. And at the end of the power play, well, Phoenix had reached 32 for 1. Well, plenty of time to go before we reach the end of this power play. And it will be Amish Sidhu coming on to bowl his first over and the second over of this second innings. Amish Sidhu, a regular player on the Leinster Lightning now. And how Phoenix would love him to make the breakthrough. Mob Gill showing the first ball an exceptionally upright bat, just playing it out on the offside. Sidhu starting with 4 dot balls. Exactly what his skipper would have been looking for. Marrion being a little watchful against the spinner to start with. And even that shot, just a deft touch around the corner. It's going to run away to the boundary, down by the covers. Reaches the hedge even. 4 runs for Mod Gill. The score moves on to 16 without loss. And that just shows you can't afford to drop anything down on the leg side. Mod Gill sweeping round on that and just giving it the deftest of touches. Good, loud, sensible call. Well, that one is just stroked to the offside boundary in front of the clubhouse. Another 4 runs, 20 on the board after just 2 overs. And you'd have to wonder, are we playing on the same pitch? 2 lovely shots, bringing 8 runs to Mod Gill in that over, after Darney had taken 10 off the first over of Tyrone Kane. Tyrone Kane, who had to rein himself in whilst batting his normal positive stroke play in favour of accumulating runs. Tony takes the single. to one just played out inside the ring. As I say, as restrained as his batting was earlier, one suspects it's going to be handbrake off today. Phoenix in need of early wickets. Batsman and bowler trying to get into rhythm. Good full length from Kane. Moggill just driving it out towards extra cover. This time he strays onto the batsman's pads, and Moggill isn't going to miss out there. 4 down to what is an exceptionally small but exceptionally packed car park. Ambulance sat over there. The only person who's been close to needing that today is the non-striker, Stephen Doheny. He rolled his ankle earlier on, just innocuous bit of fielding out in front of the clubhouse. Went over on his ankle, left the field for a few minutes. Walking on it, just stretching it out again, and now he finds himself opening the innings as Marrion go in pursuit of this 212 for victory. Well, that one was a bit shorter from TK, from Tyrone Kane, but didn't get up that much. It does seem to be a patch on this wicket where if you hit it, the ball just shoots through. And yet we also saw one delivery from Tom Stanton that almost pitched at the batsman's feet, but by golly, it took off, and the wicketkeeper standing up almost took it over his head. Captain and bowler just having a little chat off screen here. Well, that was out there. It was a little bit wide, not quite as short as Moggill thought it was. It goes through to the keeper. I mean, you get the feeling that Phoenix wouldn't be too unhappy if these runs had come from balls that were hit in the air, but so far, everything driven along the ground. Another one played firmly into the turf. It ends the third over. The score has moved on to 25 without loss. And that's another good over for Marrion. I was in getting my beverages and substance at the innings break. There was plenty of discussion on the sidelines as to whether 211 would be, could be, should be enough. It was decided it could be. Whether we find out whether it was, we'll find out in the next couple of hours. Hamish Sidhu to continue then from the Mydark Walk end. Still within the power play. This one takes the inside edge of the bat. It runs very fine behind square on the leg side. And And they get back for a couple. Good fielding, but also good running. It's in the air, but it bounces in front of Getgate, fielding in the covers. Just a dot. And Tiny getting away with that one a bit. And this time, Sidhu gets one to turn past the edge of the bat, goes through to the keeper. But a bit of encouragement here for Phoenix, and they need that at the moment. Marrion have got off to a flyer of a start. But even a flyer of a start can be hauled back with the taking of a wicket or two. Excellent crowd here today in the Mardyke, Cork County. Celebrating 150 years. And as part of their celebrations, they had an MCC team over here. And also as part of the celebrations, hosting both the Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy and the Butlers National Cup, which will be here tomorrow between Rush and Strabane. We'll be expecting a big crowd down for that one as well tomorrow, all to sample the hospitality of Cork and its people. Well, I spoke about blue sky earlier on. There is some actually poking through the layer of cloud now, but it is a lovely day for playing cricket. Not too hot, not too cold. There's a touch of Goldilocks and the Three Bears about it. It's just right. Tyrone Kane then, he'll start his third over. It will be the fifth over of the innings. And 29 without loss after the first four. Another one beating the edge of the bat. Flashing blade from Modgill. That one climbed a little higher and went through to the keeper. Played with an exceptionally straight bat, runs out to mid-on. Good to see people still walking through the gate. Well, he didn't know an awful lot about that, did Modgill. But was still ready to take the single if required. Tiny, well, he'd taken up the council worker pose, leaning on his shovel. Cloud's definitely breaking up above. It's taken longer than one would have thought for the sun to break through today. I don't suppose Tyrone Kane will worry too much about that. He'd quite like the overhead conditions as they are. Fine piece of fielding. Point by Jack Lawler. Adam Chester trying to rally the troops in the background. Well, first maximum of the innings. Modgill pumps that one to one of the shorter boundaries on the ground. That would have travelled 50-55 metres. Cleared the rope. And 6 more runs onto the total. Marrion shooting off at the rate of knots. That run rate in excess of 7 in the first 5 overs of a cup final. Again, Lawler does the fielding on the offside. That is the end of Kane's 3rd over. Those 3 overs have cost Phoenix 23 runs, and the score after 5 overs, 35 without loss. Just for comparison's sake, at the same stage, Phoenix found themselves 10 for the loss of 1 wicket. It would seem from that Marrion are well ahead at the moment, but time will tell. Sidhu it is to bowl the 6th over. Toss that one up a bit more. All it did was it gave Doheny the opportunity to free his arms. He cut it away over the offside and it ran away for another boundary. It was an attempted slower ball from Sidhu and it disappeared to the boundary. Marrion batting at the moment as if they believe they've still got time to catch the early train back to Dublin. Bowler saving his own figures there. Marrion, who will be hoping to lift the trophy, the Bob Kerr trophy, for the 3rd time. They've done so twice this century, 2010 and 2016, whereas Phoenix's one success came in 1986, 36 years ago. And before my old maths teacher gets in touch, 38 years ago. Well, Gordon Black was the captain of that side, and he was on commentary with us in that first innings. I think he was slightly disappointed at the performance of the Phoenix bats. Let's hope he has something more to cheer about with the bowling. Well, we're going to see our first change of bowling now. Jack Lawler to come on at the river end. He's replacing Tyrone Kane. Tyrone's first 3 overs. Adam Chester having to go and make changes much earlier than he possibly would have wanted. But he's got to try something here. Phoenix need a breakthrough. This partnership of 39, well, it's already causing major difficulties, major headaches to the Phoenix team. Target of 2-1-2. Lawler a little wayward with his first delivery on the pads of Modgill, and as a result Modgill looks for 2, and with the throw a little errant, he manages to get back for those 2 and retains the strike. Johnny Kennedy turning down that appeal from Jack Lawler. Big smile on his face as he walks back to his mark. This time, bottom edge of Swapnil Modgill's bat, saving him. And Lawler starting off nice and tight now. Short and wide though. You can't bowl short and wide to these two in this form, and that has flown away to the boundary. Fetched from the hedge, and the throw comes back into the keeper. Well, comes into Tyrone Kane anyway. Another 4 runs onto the total. And Lawler just can't afford to bowl there. Not to 2 batsmen who are having great summers. Swapnil Modgill, by my calculations, which again, my old maths teacher will probably be in touch, has scored over 800 runs this year, and we're still only in August. Prolific with the bat. Ball goes back into the umpire's pocket. He'll head off now to square leg. That's umpire Johnny Kennedy who's heading out to square leg. Azim Ali Beg will be the standing umpire now for this, the 8th over. Well, that takes the shoulder of the bat. It runs past slip. Devender does the fielding, but can't prevent the single, and that brings Modgill back on strike. Well, the call was wait on. But then the fielder hadn't stopped it cleanly, and as a result, they take the single. Tyrone Kane it was doing the fielding. On this occasion, Darney recognising a good ball when he sees one and just plays it back down the pitch. We also had in the commentary box earlier on, of course. Oh, that's gone. That is gone. Well, that was just unusual delivery. Said you were getting one to lift a bit further than the batsman expected. As a result, it took a touch on the way through and looped up very handily to George Dockrell, standing at slip. And Doheny departs for 19 off just 20 deliveries in the 8th over. Well, John Anderson coming in at number 3. We saw him earlier on with some amazing fielding. He was the one who saw the end of George Dockrell. As Doheny gets a good round of applause going back into the pavilion. John Anderson, who before today was third highest run scorer in this cup this year, 218 runs, whereas in club cricket he's averaging just over 17 with 150 runs to his name. Not the most prolific of seasons for John Anderson, but he has the experience, and that's just what you need in a cup final like this. Sidhu just checking that the non-striker not taking too much of a lead. Anderson leaves the first ball. That's the end of the over. Sidhu has 1 for 18 from his 4 overs, and the score after 8 overs has moved on to 47 for 1. Marrion 47 for just the loss of 1 wicket. Another single adds to the total. That first 50, that landmark, just 2 runs away now. It took Phoenix until the 13th over to reach the same mark, so it just goes to show you whether Marrion feel the wicket has got easier and easier to bat at during the day, or for whatever reason, well, Marrion attacking the bowling in a way that Phoenix didn't this morning. A bit tentative this morning. This one takes the edge of the bat, flies away. Certainly didn't come off the middle of the bat, that's for sure. Lawler finding the edge of the bat again. This will be encouraging for him. He'll be hoping that he can continue this. Well, this is more what we expected from the start of the Marrion innings. Expected them just to play themselves in, but instead Doheny and Modgill, well, they went off at a rate of knots. 47 for that first wicket. That one played on the line. Many thanks to Butlers for their support of the Senior Irish Cup and indeed of the National Cup, the Butlers National Cup. Good over from Lawler, just a 1 run from it. That's just 7 that have come from his 2 overs. Munster cricketing royalty walking past the box. President of Cricket Munster. Rather, President of Cork County. Hosts of today's game, and they must have had a wonderful year this year. 150 years old. Phoenix, of course, well, they're just that little bit older. They'll be celebrating their bicentenary soon enough. Another one just getting past the edge of the bat, bringing slip into play. Dockerall it is at slip. He'll certainly be interested as long as Sidhu keeps bowling those deliveries. Change of shot from Modgill on this occasion. He was looking just to play it back down the pitch, but saw the width on it, and so played it out to point. Plenty of cover there. No runs, that's for sure. Lawler, the fielder, prevents any sort of run there. And now the last two balls of the power play before Phoenix can spread the field. Well, change of mind from the batsman on that occasion. Played a couple of shots at that one. No batsman in the first innings managed to reach a half century. That was part of Phoenix's problem. People not staying in for long enough. Leaving 10% of their overs unused, always going to make it difficult for them. That is the end of the power play. The score is 48 for 1. Just one run coming from the last two overs. That was a maiden for Sidhu. But importantly, from a Marrion point of view, just that one wicket down. Comparison scores at the end of the power play. Well, Phoenix were 32 for 1 and Marrion 48 for 1. Absolute symmetry between commentator and ground announcer as we head into the 11th over. That's another one of those ones that doesn't get up a huge amount. Just seeing what difference it's made to the field. I can tell you that Phoenix still only have two players outside the fielding circle, and they remain in the traditional positions of long leg and third. Angled bat pushes this out the leg side. Well, that's an absolute jaffer of a delivery. I think even the batsman would acknowledge that that one had him beat all ends up. John Anderson yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries now. I think that's another one slide past too. Great to see how many supporters have made the journey down from Dublin to the Mardyke today. A few have made it down on the train. And a few under their own steam. I don't think too many ran down. Lawler trying to go a bit shorter, but instead drops it onto Anderson's pads. That will let him get off the mark. And it will let him retain the strike as well. John Anderson moves on to 1. The score has moved on to 49 for 1. And there are 11 overs gone. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like another change of bowling here in the 12th over. Sidhu has done his 5 overs. He's got his side through the power play. And that means a change of bowling. Devendra Ranolaya to come on. Second change. Different style of spin from Dev. And that's pushed into a gap inside the ring that gate can't close. And prevent them taking the single. And the first landmark in the Marrion pursuit of that 212 for victory has been reached. 50 in the 12th over. Just an over ahead of where Phoenix managed to get to. That one given just slightly bit more air by the bowler. Very difficult when you're coming into a cup final, especially when it's a Butlers Irish Senior Cup, to immediately relax into your line and length. There's always that nerves with the first couple of balls you bowl. Once they go okay, then everything starts to come together. The butterflies leave the stomach. Coming through and around now. And that's a fine first over, just the 1 run coming from it. The score 50 for 1 off 12. That puts them just slightly ahead of where Phoenix were in their innings. And how Phoenix have tightened up since the departure of Stephen Doheny. They had gone off at a rate of knots. But the last 5 overs have just brought 5 runs in total. Phoenix slowly but surely dragging themselves back into this game. They were looking for early wickets. They've got the one of Doheny. But then again, Phoenix managed to get as far as the 13th over before they lost their second. And then there was a cluster of wickets over the following few overs. And that's what Marrion need to avoid. They need to be putting partnerships together. And they need somebody to, well, make a decent score today. Very straight back from Anderson. Lawler into his 4th over now. He's part of the reason why Phoenix are putting this back. Just 8 runs coming from his first 19 deliveries. make that 20. Flies through to the keeper. Anderson leaves it well enough alone. Anderson removing his bat from the scene of the crime there. Determined not to take an edge on that one. And got the bat lifted higher than it started on his back lift. Still hints of blue cloud, but no sunshine here in Cork. But just as importantly, ne'er a drop of rain. Pushed out to the leg side. Get Gate with the fielding. Plenty of chat in the field. Phoenix still believing they're in this game. Anderson well forward to that, just keeping it out. And this is the thing about chasing a total that you consider to be subpar, is you can afford to take a few balls. You can afford to take those dot balls without the run rate required getting out of hand. Well, that's what happens. As a batsman, you have patience, you wait for the ball that you want. Eventually it turns up, and that spoils what would have been a lovely maiden for Lawler. And instead, his figures are 4 overs now, 12 runs conceded. Score has moved on to 54 for 1, 13 overs gone. And this, well, it's a lot more even than perhaps some of the pessimistic Phoenix supporters were saying at half-time. Just one run in the difference now. But importantly, 2 wickets Phoenix had lost at this stage. Just the one for Marrion so far. And that opening partnership of 47. Biggest of the game so far. That was the opening partnership between Doheny and Modgill. And in fact, the largest partnership in the Phoenix innings was for the second wicket. First ball just played back to the bowler. If anything, brings a bit more chatter to the field. It's in the air. It's past the fielder. It runs away to the boundary. 4 more runs, and just for a brief second, it was in the air long enough, well, to get a couple of people interested. Tyrone Kane was the nearest to it, and it turned out he was about 10 yards away. Runs away to the boundary, 58 for 1. The run rate again higher than the run rate required. Just sliding across the batsman, and he played it around the corner. The outfield will ensure that the fielder gets to it first before it reaches the rope. 2 more onto the total, 60 on the board. Modgill very quietly and very efficiently has moved on to 33. And this time, well, he wanted to go to the sight screen. Well, it went in the general direction of the sight screen, but without enough power to reach the rope. Another single. Brings Anderson back on strike against the spinner. Swept around. There is a fielder there. They'll jog through for just a single. Eight off the over so far. His first over, just 1 run scored off it. This over, well, a few more, including the boundary. Too close to the batsman to cut on this occasion. That is the end of the over. Dev's 2 overs now have cost 9 runs, and the score has moved on to 62 for 1 after 14. And again, Marrion find themselves 2 ahead on the runs, 1 ahead on the wickets, and 212 to win. Means that to lift the Bob Kerr Trophy in the Butlers Irish Senior Cup, Marrion require exactly 150 runs to win. They have 36 overs in which to do that. Kennedy unmoved again. Lawler, followed by his teammates, making for a large appeal. Jack Lawler doing a fine job. He's into his 5th over now. Just 12 runs so far. And he's had plenty of deliveries like that. Left alone outside the off stump. Perhaps that's a reflection on his bowling. Yes, it's plenty of dot balls, but it's not dot balls really that's going to make the difference here. Oh, threading the eye of the needle between 2 fielders. Amish Sidhu slides, does a nice job. And the throw in, well, it was at pace, it wasn't far away from the stumps, and it made the batsman think. Played down on the offside. Nicely kept out. Nicely fielded by Adam Chester. Another dot ball. 1 to come in the 15th over. Well, about 5 appeals in the middle, all for naught. I felt there was inside edge on the bat on that one, but whatever, I think doesn't matter. Umpire Johnny Kennedy gave it not out. And so with 15 gone, 64 for 1 on the board, and progress has slowed up tremendously. It's taken them, well, at the end of 7 overs, they were 45 without loss. And here we are with 8 overs gone since then, and they only scored 19 runs in those 8 overs. Dev to continue from the Mardyke walk end. And that one's just played into the leg side. The bowler will have to do his own fielding. Can't stop them taking the single. Modgill gets down the far end and leaves John Anderson to take strike. Great to see two of the ladies of Irish cricket here today. Stella Downs, and as president of CL and president of Cricket Ireland. So, two women here today. I met them at the lunch break, or innings break. That's a good ball. Looking to take the edge. Dockrell at slip, ready to take the catch. Nicely played away on the offside. Just a defensive shot. No intent at taking a run to that. Another dot ball. And a dot ball finishes the over, just 2 runs coming from it. The score has moved on to 66 for 1. And on a comparison side of things, Phoenix were actually well ahead. Well, 6 runs ahead anyway. They were 72, however, they had lost their 3rd wicket in that 16th over, whereas Marrion, well, they're 66 for 1. Well, the run rate not the highest over the last few overs. It's 18 runs since the power play in 6 overs. As I say, they're chasing a total of 212. Lawler to continue now from the river end. Lawler into his 6th over now. He's been the most, well, economical of the Phoenix bowlers, but he's yet to make the breakthrough that he's looking for. And that one gets past skipper Adam Chester, runs all the way to the boundary. Beautiful 4 runs, brings the score up to 70. Brings Anderson up to 13. And that's all that Marrion needing to do at the moment. Keep out the good ball, wait for a bad ball, and when a bad ball comes, then do your best. Well, you can't see it off to the left. They're looking for the ball. It went in under the covers, and it's been fetched, and now the cover can slide back off the pitch. Lawler bowling exceptionally well, 5.5 overs. Short ball from Lawler, real effort ball, throws him to the ground. A word and a smile between non-striker and bowler. And the umpire comes down and signals that's your first for the over. A real effort ball from Lawler. What will he do this time? Dot ball goes through to the keeper. Well left alone by Anderson. No need to chase after that. This one comes off the inside edge. Lawler again, hands in the air, hands on his head. Another over gone, just that one boundary coming from it. He's now bowled 6 overs for just 18 runs, and he's brought the control that Phoenix needed, if not the cutting edge. "17 overs gone, the score has moved on to 70 without loss. Phoenix were well ahead on the amount of runs scored. They were on 84 for 4, but it's the for 4 that matters. Just one run gone and 1 wicket gone for Marrion. Dev again to continue from the walk end. And first up, Modgill takes a single. Devender doing very well from that far end. Been quite economical between himself and Lawler. They really have slowed down the run rate. And now they're sweeping from Anderson. Sweeps round behind square. And they take the single. Cut away, but this time nicely fielded. Wearing a jumper with a different number to that he was wearing when batting. I don't believe that Shane Getgate really believes it was the number on his back that gave him bad luck in the first innings. This one just played into the leg side. The bowler will go around and pick it up, but there's no point throwing it. They're going to get through for a single quite safely. The bowler realises that, as did the batsman. It was a single by negotiation. If I hit it there, you won't fetch it in time, and we'll just take one. Well, George Dockrell now going down to have a quick word with the bowler. And you'd wonder what this discussion's about. The over's going well enough for Dev at the moment, just the 3 runs from those 4 balls. He's been tight enough. What are they telling him? Please take a wicket? Or please pitch it up? Or whatever the instructions may be. Chester and Dockrell step away, leaving the bowler once again to face the batsman by himself. And cut away to the offside boundary. They look for 2. It's not there, and the throw in from the sideline. Amish Sidhu close enough to the stumps to deter the Marrion batsman from attempting a second. That brings Modgill back on strike. He's on 38. Out to the leg side. It's wide of the fielder. There will be 2 on this occasion, just because the fielder has so much distance to cover. Bowler throwing the ball to the turf in disgust. Well, in frustration as much as anything else, he's looking to take the wicket. It hasn't happened on this occasion. 18 overs gone, 76 for 1 on the board. And there is the batting card as we see it at the moment. Well, Swapnil Modgill, he's on 40. And he's had a partnership of 49 with Stephen Doheny. And then a big partnership now. Well, 47 for the first wicket. And Kane is back from the river end. Lawler having had his spell of 6 overs. Adam Chester obviously looking to retain some overs for later on. Tyrone bowled 3 of the first 5 overs of this innings. Tyrone Kane again. It's a good over so far. Halfway through it, just the one single coming from those first 3 balls. Score moves on to 77 for 1. Modgill just keeping that one out. Another dot ball for Kane. Kane probably not getting as much movement now in the 19th over as he would have done in the first, 3rd and 5th. But ironically, this over far more economical. 3 overs for 23. It's nearly 4 overs for 24. Kane about to finish his 4th over. Goes a bit shorter. It's punched away on the offside. There is a boundary rider out there. He will get to the ball before it reaches the rope, but it won't stop Marrion picking up another 2. And 79 for 1 off 19 overs. And I'm delighted, an honour and a privilege to have next to me in the commentary box now, Michael Halliday. Good afternoon, Michael.
Hi, Craig.
Absolute pleasure to have you with us. You're enjoying this game? Not as much as you hoped to.
No, I don't watch a lot of cricket these days, but the game seems to have changed somewhat since my day.
Oh, it's changed since my day, Michael.
Yeah, okay.
A bit more recent, but it's evolving all the time.
Well, I would have thought that the main objective when you start batting in a 50-over match is to bat for 50 overs. But that's not exactly the way Phoenix seem to approach things, but they made a reasonable score in the end, but it should have been better than that. Yeah, I think.
I think you're joined by many in the crowd. Both Marrion supporters and Phoenix supporters would have expected that Phoenix were going to put up 240, 260, and then you're getting into big scores then.
Yeah, well, they're a bit unfortunate with the run out George Dockrell, but well, it was a careless single to be called in the first place. But,
Well, this one, as Ben White comes on to bowl from the Mardyke walk end. Ben White currently the Irish leg spinner. But yes, we were talking earlier on with Gordon Black, and he was of the same impression that not batting your 50 overs, bit of a sin really.
it's crazy, yeah.
10% of your innings and you've left it in the hands of the opposition.
Ben White's an interesting player because I remember him as a much younger kid, aged 13 or so, when he was trying to bowl quick. But I noticed in the nets and things that he was actually able to bowl leg breaks. And there weren't that many people. I said, look, you should give up trying to bowl the seaming stuff because there's not very many people who can bowl leg breaks in this game, and you will it'll be stand in your stead. So he changed to bowling just leg breaks, and it has worked out. So one of the interesting things about the way limited overs cricket has gone, that leg break bowling has become far, far more important than it was.
Well, it used to be considered it was far too expensive, and especially in limited overs.
Yeah.
I mean, yourself as an off spinner must have been subject to that back in the day of captains saying, I can't afford to bring on a spinner at the moment, and they go with military medium the whole time. But it's now been found out by captains, and especially the leg break bowler, that yes, they may go for a couple of boundaries, but they're wicket taking bowlers.
They are, and batsmen will believe they have to attack the bowling. So if they choose the wrong ball to attack from a leg spinner, it's probably more dangerous than against an off spinner like me, in a way. And they're all over the place now, leg spinners.
Well, this one's in the air. There is a man underneath it up there. He's right in front of the crowd, and he takes the simplest of catches. And that is the end of Swapnil Modgill, and you can see the relief on the Phoenix fielders. A second wicket has fallen. Modgill falls for 42, and that could be a big wicket in this game. It seemed to be a careless shot there, Michael.
Yeah, well, the Phoenix innings had a lot of careless shots like that, but that is even more careless because they're only chasing 200 and... What is it?
212 for victory?
212, so he doesn't need to be trying to hit sixes. He just needs to be hitting the ball along the ground, which he's been doing pretty well until now.
Well, wasn't that exactly what you said about batsmen and leg spinners? They just can't resist the idea of taking one out of the ground, as they say.
Yeah. I know in limited overs, so 2020 or even this 100 thing that's going on, I mean, most of the wickets seem to be catches on the boundary.
Yes.
Yeah. So
it is that day.
Yeah.
Well, the new batsman to the wicket, coming in at number 4 for Marrion, is the wicket-keeper, and big hope for the future in Irish cricket, Adam Rossley. He's doing a fine job with the gloves behind the sticks, but he also does a fine job with the bat. He's averaging over 40 in Leinster cricket, and boy, how Marrion would like to see him doing that today. So, Michael, you had 93 caps. I was reading up, 93 caps over 19 years.
Yeah, and in those days they didn't always give you caps for one-day matches. So I would have played more than 93 times. Nowadays...
and of course, these days there's so much cricket being played that 93 caps comes and goes. You see the O'Brien, Kevin O'Brien with over 200, or Mary Waldron with close to 300.
I think George Dockrell had over 100 by the time he was about 20.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of cricket being played
when
these
I
days.
started playing Irish cricket, they frequently only had about 5 games a year.
Well, Tyrone Kane goes to the ground in an effort to put the ball in a bit harder. All it results in is 2 more runs. Anderson picks those up, and the score has moved on to 82 for 2. Yes, it doesn't take as long. And I was fascinated by the fact that your first cap came in 1970, and then your second one came in 73.
Yeah, Yeah.
Was that they just didn't pick you for games in the meantime, or just that few games?
Well, I think I was still on a learning curve, and I was picked for two reasons. I had a couple of good, I think, Guinness Cup games, but I also had Jimmy Boucher as the Phoenix man, who's the main selector, the Irish side. So he gave me a go that summer, and I didn't do particularly well, so they didn't pick me again until 73, which included a fantastic and memorable tour to the USA and Canada.
I was going to say, some of the countries you did tour.
Yeah.
You also toured Zimbabwe in your time?
Yes. I was captain on that trip in '86, January '86. Yeah.
Now, which game has David Street brought up for us this time? This must be your appearance in the...
This final
in
'86.
Yes.
Yeah.
The time when Phoenix lifted the cup.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautifully driven down the ground. The left-hander with a superb shot. So that is a shot of class. It runs away for 4 runs, and that brings the score up to 87 for 2 in the 21st over. Sorry, Michael, you were saying about the '86 final.
Yeah, the '86 campaign was it really favoured Phoenix in a lot of ways, because every game until the final, I think there were 4 games before the final, were all at home due to the draw. And so that's obviously a benefit.
Oh.
And then the final was also it was in Rathmines.
Didn't have too far to travel then.
No, exactly, yeah.
Unlike the teams today.
Yeah, and we were playing Donnamana, obviously. Came down from the north for it.
I'd say there was no coming down a night early and staying overnight, as Rossley again finds the boundary off Tyrone Kane, another 4 runs. And this is an expensive over. 11 coming from it, and the score has moved on to 91 for 2. And Kane still has 1 ball remaining in this, the 21st over. Yeah, I suppose Donnamana would have travelled down on the day, and
I don't know, I can't remember. But it was more than 50 overs, I think.
60 overs back in the day? That was more usual, wasn't it?
Well, you'll see by
Leinster
the
Senior
bowling. Did anybody bowl 12 overs, the bowlers?
David Street tells us that it was 50 overs in that game anyway.
Yeah.
But I remember the Leinster Senior Cup certainly being 60 overs.
Yeah, I think it had been reduced to 50, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was... Donnamana had a particular part in our history, because the previous year we'd lost a match up in the north against Donnamana. And before the Duckworth-Lewis system, we were found out because we started off well, batting first, 82 for 1 after 22 overs, and then it rained for 3 hours. And then Sawdust did the trick, and Donnamana came into bat and had 22 overs to get 82 runs. Didn't matter how many wickets fell, so they got that easy enough. So the following year we're playing them in the final. So in order to make up for that, we produced a very good display. I think, I'm not sure why, whether they were quite timid in the game for some reason. Maybe the fact they were playing in a final.
That most definitely doesn't sound like a Donnamana team,
No, it
does
It doesn't normally sound like Donnamana. They certainly don't play like that. In Donnamana, where the batters are frequently cajoled by the people looking on to give her a drink. So there is a river nearby, if you're not quite aware of that. Anyway, we won the toss and put them in. I think maybe thinking that they might find that a bit difficult batting first. I don't know, but anyway, they didn't bat the way these two sides have batted in this final, because they just pottered around for a while, and they lost wickets. And
well, that's 4 all the way. Sorry to interrupt you, Michael, but he turned on that one. It was loose down the leg side, and he turned and planted that It's quite close to us here in the commentary position, but another 4 runs and a super 4 as well, and that brings them to the brink of 3 figures.
Yeah.
96 for 2 in the 22nd over.
Yeah, I often wonder whether commentary teams get any damage done to balls that are hit for 4s or 6s. But
Well, if it comes in here, we return it. Pristine condition.
Yeah.
Pristine.
no, I mean damage to your equipment.
Oh, it's more likely to be damage to the commentators, I think,
Yeah.
at times. We've had a couple of close calls. A couple have come in here, but I don't think anything's hit any equipment as yet.
Anyway, that game, and we only had to chase 108 or something like that.
109,
109.
they scored,
Okay.
and they were all out. Didn't bat their overs.
Yeah, the one bit I remember in my own bowling was that there's a young Decker Curry who was a player of the future, and he managed to miss a ball which came on with the arm and went through bat and pad and hit the stumps. That's about the only thing I can remember about the bowling part of the innings. Certainly in the chase, it looked like a very easy chase for Alf Masood and Jerry Murphy. Alf made 51. He was actually out. Murph made 40, and then Neil Taylor, who sadly died earlier last year, and he made 10. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I had your skipper in on earlier on comms, Gordon Black. He was telling me that sure the majority of that team are down here today.
Yeah, most of them. Well, Murph couldn't make it at the last moment.
And I believe Stan Mitchell is medically unfit to travel, as they say.
He's got shingles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but other than that, it must be nice to pick up with everybody and reminisce about your day in the sun.
Yeah, certainly was. And there are other people there. Brian Freer isn't with us anymore either. There was one sort of controversial thing about that game, about the selection, which might interest people. David Piggott, who was then David Piggott Sr., David Piggott Jr. also was playing in Phoenix that summer, and it was decided David Piggott Sr. had played earlier in the earlier rounds, and the decision was not to play him in the final. And he wouldn't have fancied that too much. He was 56. The attitude taken was that at this stage he was still able to bat, but slowly, and wouldn't score fast enough. And a 56-year-old isn't as effective in the field as a younger player, so the decision was taken to leave him out, which was perhaps not appreciated by some.
Well, there's a wicket.
Oh yes, so catch and slip.
Absolute fabulous catch at slip. The ball coming across Rossley, and he's just steered it into Slip's hands, and that is the 3rd wicket to fall. 97 for 3 in the 23rd over, and this is getting tighter and tighter.
Right. Okay, well, back in 86 again, there's not an awful lot to say of the game, except it was very one-sided. And in fact, all the games before that had been pretty one-sided. The game against Bangor in the semi-final could possibly have been lost when Michael Ray and Chris Hart were chasing a score of a little bit over 200. But when they both got out, that was the end of that game. This game, I don't know, I just left the game thinking that Dunnamana weren't quite up to it. They weren't
Up for it.
Up for it, yeah. Oh, well, I don't know whether for it is the right name, but they were overtaken by the occasion, I think, a bit. However,
Well, it did take them a while then.
they did win in 2000.
2000, so they had to wait 14 years after that appearance. I don't know if they appeared in any of the other finals, but
Yeah.
they finally got to lift the cup in the year 2000.
Yeah, there were one thing about the Dunnamana side, there were 3 McBryans on it, father and 2 sons, Junior, James, and their dad. And Junior's son is now super off spinner. Nice watching him.
Well, George Dockrell, he's picked up his first wicket. He's 1 for 1 off his first 3 balls. Perhaps more successful with the ball in hand than bat today. George Dockrell, of course, has suffered 2 run-outs in 2 cup finals in about 3 weeks. Not ideal, but neither one his fault. It's just the way cricket is, isn't it? The cricketing gods let you away with nothing.
Yeah, there's 6 of that 86 side here, including a well-known employee of this company, Mr. Streak. There he is over there.
He was but
He was
a callow 16-year-old at the
was,
time.
yeah, very promising quick bowler, yeah.
His captain thought he was 17, but he was quickly corrected.
There's a 16-year-old. He bowled 8 overs and took 1 for 17.
Well, Sam Harbison, he's facing Dockrell, facing him well. Kept him out on this occasion. That's a good over. The live scoring just lagging a bit there. So the celebrations after winning the cup, were they long and into the night? Did we see dawn the next day in the Phoenix Park?
What time of the year was that match in? Was it in August?
I think it would have been around the same time. I'll just take a quick look, see if my glasses work.
Yeah.
The 6th of September.
Okay. Right. Well, it may have been there may have only been one match after that in the season, and it was probably down here in the Mardyke, because we used to come down here and play an end-of-season fixture against Cork County.
You kind of miss those mini tours now.
You
There's
do,
so
you
much
do.
official cricket now. It hasn't really left much space for tours or playing touring teams or even going on mini tours. Pembroke 5th 11 a couple of years ago went down with the women's thirds to the Oyster Oval in Kerry, but even that had to be fitted in amongst all the league cricket and cup cricket that's organised, as this one is played away on the offside. Amish Sidhu will do the fielding on the sideline. It is just a single, but it brings up the ice cream score, 99 for 3. And what happened as holders then the following year? Was it a crash out in the first round, or did you reach?
Well, the following year, I can't remember.
That's all right. That's all right. No, I mean, it's often interesting. I mean, even looking through the past list of winners, how many times names crop up again and again. You know, you go through a stage. Waringstown, of course, winning it a couple of years in a row. Let's see now, 17, 18, and we're in the final in 19. And in fact, won it in 15 as well. So you can see that Waringstown just had this period of 1, 2, 3, 4 wins in 7 years. I was just wondering if there had been any chance of a Phoenix dynasty, or whether it was just the one-off in 86. I know you've now had to wait till this long.
Well, in terms of talking about Phoenix dynasties, the best Phoenix side was in the 70s.
Which was prior to the All-Ireland, of course.
Yeah. I mean, we won the Leinster Cup 5 years in a row, from 75 onwards, and we'd won it in 73 as well. So
I was going to say, in fact, it's more than just the 5 in a row. It was sort of like 7 out of 8 or 7 out of 9. You know, it was.
And in those days, that was the big tournament in Dublin. I don't think it is anymore. But
it's not it's not the competition it is now. But part of that reason is now that there's an All-Ireland Cup.
Yeah,
and obviously that it takes seniority, shall I say, in terms of wanting to win, etc. The Leinster Senior Cup now is a league group stage, and then semi-finals, final. It doesn't have that same momentum of the next round, and every game being, if we lose this, we're out. Whereas with group stages, you can lose a game and still go through. However, it's up to the organisers how they wish to organise these things. So, 100 on the board now for Marrion, 3 wickets down in pursuit of Phoenix's 211. And it's quite evenly poised at the moment.
Yeah, with a score like 211. 211. To win, if you're bowling second, you're going to have to bowl the opposition out to win the game.
Yes, if
and
they bat the 50 overs, they will
yeah,
accumulate runs.
Yeah. So if you've got 40 runs more than that, that might be enough, even if you don't get them all out. So
Phoenix were 121 for 5 at some stage.
Well, 100 up for Marrion. Just for comparison, Phoenix were well ahead on runs here. They were on 121 when in the 25th over as we head into the drinks break. But they were 5 wickets down, and that makes a big difference. Difference between 3 wickets down and 5 wickets down. It's more about who's in then. If you're 5 wickets down, 6 and 7 are in. If you're 3 wickets down, 4 and 5 are in. And that's a big change. Dockrell to continue then. The last 2 balls before the drinks break. Another one. He's back to bowling. So 1 ball through to the drinks interval. Well, this is experience. Most bowlers, well, they just think, well, it's only 1 ball to drinks, let me just toss this up there. But George making plans. Changes in the field. Man round the corner now on the 45. And it's just a dot ball, and that will take us through to drinks. Michael, thank you very much for joining us today.
Very enjoyed that.
I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the game. And thank you very much.
Cheers.
An absolute privilege to interview you here on air. Welcome back. The drinks break is over. The hurricane in the background is my next guest. Peter, pleasure to meet you. I'm joined now in the commentary box as Ben White comes on from the Mardyke, or continues from the Mardyke walk end. He's played around the corner by Anderson. He's been joined by Sam Harbison. Peter Deneen, chairman of Cork County.
That's right.
And big year for you this year. Did you fall into the post?
Well, we've had a good year so far. We had the MCC here on the 6th of June. They had Graham Swan and a couple of other notables with them, and Mark Nicholas, their president, graced us with his presence. So it is smashing day, and obviously today is a big part of the celebrations as well. And to have some old friends down from Phoenix and Marrion.
And tomorrow as well, we have the National Cup with Strabane and Rush.
Absolutely. Just met some of the Strabane supporters now after their long journey down the west coast, and they're feeling a bit thirsty.
Well, that's a good thing for the bar then.
Absolutely.
Excellent thing for the bar. Somebody just walking across the sight screen, and John Anderson pulls away until they finish their walk across. Played away on the offside, no run. But yeah, I mean, you've had many notable players here at the Mardyke. I was reading earlier, W.G. Grace out for 1 at the Mardyke.
That's right, yeah. One of the great stories. And he was distracted by the surroundings, apparently.
I don't blame him at all. It's a beautiful ground you have here. I really do enjoy it. And so close to the city centre as well. It's magnificent. So I'd say this 150th year, the planning must have started a couple of years ago anyway. And
well, I mean, we've been busy with the day-to-day running of the club, and I suppose getting back on our feet after COVID, like every other club, was a challenge in itself. But so we felt it was an opportunity to showcase the club. And so far so good on that front, and very grateful to Cricket Ireland for allowing us to host these 2 finals over this weekend.
Great way of marking the 150th year, 1874. But of course, cricket was played on the Mardyke before that, I believe.
Apparently, yeah.
It may have been a couple of lads with a bat and a ball. You wouldn't know.
No, there was some organised cricket from about the 1840s on here at the Mardyke. But but you're quite right. There may have been Cork Cricket Club and merged with another club.
Wide signalled.
1874.
Wide signalled as Dockrell fires one in at the leg stump. It just went a bit wider than he wanted. Takes the score on to 109 for 3. This is turning out to be quite a tight game now.
Well, it is. I just think at the Mardyke that, and I was saying at the innings break, that 2:30 we reckoned was about par. So Phoenix clearly, Marrion got off to a flying start. But obviously Phoenix pegging them back now. So a couple of wickets could change things.
Just the 3 wickets down so far. Sam Harbison, Marrion captain, has joined John Anderson. And together these two will hope to push the score along a bit. They're over halfway there now. And of course we're into the second half of the innings. This is the 27th over, and that's a lovely sweep shot. But there is a man in the deep. It will just be a single. But Harbison, well, he's doing exactly the right thing at the moment, and that is giving the strike to John Anderson. Anderson not striking at his normal rate. He's only at 50 at the moment. But, well, as we said, it's important to get yourself in here at the Mardyke, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sort of wicket that once you get the pace of it, you can play your shots.
And how's the season going for Cork County themselves? We're talking about the MCC and about the All-Ireland Final. How are the club doing? Well,
I mean, the big one for us is that we play in the Leinster Championship. And I've just been talking to a few people in the pavilion about our hopes that we'll make the new configuration of the top tier in Leinster cricket next year. I gather that stands at 12 clubs.
Yeah.
It
was the Premiership this year, only 7 clubs, unfortunately, with the demise of YMCA.
Correct.
But it does mean that Cricket Leinster are changing their plans slightly, so the top 5 teams in the Championship will move up to the Premiership next year. a new setup, and you're hoping to be in that top 5.
Well, very much so. We like Cork County only played competitive cricket from 1987. We were basically we came together to play as Cork County to play stronger visiting teams from the UK and from Dublin back in the day, and then the local league sat immediately below that. But we just feel since 2010 now playing in the Dublin League that it gives our best young players the opportunity to progress in the system by having regular cricket that's challenging.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You want to play against the best. Well, that one, Ben White getting Sam Harbison to edge one just past Slip's hands. Well, the hand went out from Dockrell and he parried it, but the best you could say about it was it went for a corner, not for a goal.
Well, it went to his right hand, which of course is naturally left-handed, so whether that had something to do with it, but he would normally take those, I would have said.
Well, you can see him there on screen replaying that moment. He feels he should have got it as well. White throws one up very wide on this occasion. That almost would have gone to Dockrell as a wicketkeeper. It was that wide. Nice shot, swept out to the boundary, the city end, city side boundary. Another run onto the total score has moved on to 114 for 3. 27.5 overs gone. I mean, the one thing about being in the Leinster Leagues, Peter, is your travelling costs must be horrendous.
Well, it's a big commitment, from a financial point of view and from a time point of view. And I don't think there's any club side in the world that I know of that travels like our first team.
Yeah. But you also have teams in the Munster League as well.
Yeah. So I mean, the standard in Munster is getting stronger and stronger year on year. So we're having a reasonable season in Munster also. Harlequins now provide very stiff opposition in the top tier of Munster cricket, and I would say that there's very little between the two clubs in terms of the standard, and that has to be a good thing for Munster cricket in general. Absolutely,
and certainly we hope that over the next couple of years we'll start seeing these Munster players coming through on the Munster Reds team.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was always the hope when we got back in 2017, and it was very much the franchise model. And we mentioned the Brumbies franchise in Super Rugby in the Southern Hemisphere as an example. But yes, it's disappointing that more of our indigenous players haven't pushed through to play for the Reds. But there's enough young talent coming through at the moment that could change fairly quickly.
And that's the important thing, isn't it? Is developing and bringing through the next generation, and that's the challenge not only for Cork County or for the Munster Reds, but for every cricket side. We only thrive by developing our youth. And
correct.
And do you have much youth cricket here at
we
Cork
do,
County?
Yeah. I mean, I think overall we've about 120 members and. A huge youth section, might be kind of 60% of that number.
Yep.
And some very enthusiastic people involved in nurturing the youngsters, and a very good player coach at the moment from South Africa, Mark Andronatis, and
well, that one's beaten everybody. It's going to run away to the boundary, and Dockrell can't believe that they didn't hit something or take an edge, or I mean, it was just one of those balls where you expect something to happen, and when nothing does,
it beat everybody, didn't it?
It did indeed. Nicholas Pretorius, well, he couldn't see that. The bright yellow gloves he has. Single taken inside the ring, another one onto the total. That brings up 120. So, of course, these, lovely brochure for the 150th and great to mark the occasion, but it is the the coming years, I suppose, are the most important, aren't they?
Yes.
Next year is always the most important year.
It is, and I think we see this 150th celebration as a springboard for greater things. And we're always looking at improving the facilities here. In recent times, we've put up a double net bay, and I do think that the Reds games, when they come to Cork for the next generation, the fact that they can see the top players in their own backyard, as it were. You got to see it to be at that old line.
Well, absolutely.
And, so we see that as a big help, that we don't feel as isolated maybe as we would have in the past, and peripheral to what's going on.
The umpires conferring silently. It was a big shout. Pretorius is fairly convinced. The umpires aren't, and they're the ones that matter. 29 overs gone, 120 for 3. And still some discussion between players and officials as to what that may have hit on the way through. Nicholas Pretorius, however, has come back down to the other end, and it's the end of the over. Dockrell 1 for 10 from his 4 overs. And as I said, the score 120 for 3, 80, 90, 92 required, and 21 overs in which to get them. Required run rate now, 4.38. And again, this match just has the potential to get tighter and tighter. All it needs is a wicket or two here for Phoenix. A collapse of 4 wickets, then yes, Phoenix very much in charge. But even 1 wicket, 2 wickets, just making Marrion a little more nervous.
Yes, I mean, another wicket and you're keeping them honest. I can see a slight bit of tension creeping into the chase here. Dockrell certainly has pinned them down at the commentary end here, or the Sunday's well end, as we like to call it.
I did mean to find somebody and ask them what the ends were called, and I went with the Mardyke Walk and the river behind me.
Yeah.
Also the tennis club.
Tennis club, Sunday's Well Tennis Club, great friends of ours. And so it's the Sunday's Well end we're commentating from.
There we go. Learning, every day's a learning day. So, if this is the Sunday's Well end, is that the Mardyke Walk end?
Mardyke Walk end, yeah.
Grand. Well, at least I got one right.
The Golden Mile, they call it in sporting circles in Cork. Having produced Noel Cantwell, the former Manchester United footballer and West Ham footballer, Tom Kiernan, who captained the Lions, Barry McGann, famous Irish out half. So
all along this road.
All along this road here. They're from the neighbourhood, and of course Noel Cantwell was an international cricketer in his spare time, and Tom Kiernan played at interprovincial level.
Isn't it amazing that years and years ago we seem to have more spare time?
Yes.
With all the labour-saving devices and transport and everything else, our time is filled. But back in the day when, coming down to Cork County was at least a train journey.
Yeah.
We seem to have more time. And as a rugby international, you could also be a cricket international.
Right, different times completely, and there was something nice about it. That the rugby season ended or the hockey season ended the last weekend in April, and then didn't recommence until the first week in September. And it gave you the opportunity to play other sports, as you say, and cricket being the prime example.
These days, of course, a lot different. Most sports require 12-month commitment, certainly at the high level. It's very unusual to see double internationals these days. The one we do come across occasionally in Irish cricket, I've noticed, is hockey players.
Yeah.
Hockey players, but again, they reach a certain standard and then suddenly hockey is 12th month of the year. Between European competitions and domestic leagues, etc. It's tough.
Jimmy Kirkwood, I think, was the last man to play hockey and cricket for Ireland. And of course, he won a gold medal with GB, didn't he, in the Seoul Olympics? Yeah.
Ian Taylor in goal on that occasion was considered to be the hero. And Sean Curley, was it?
Yeah.
Was the centre forward. You're
right.
really taking me back now. It's Seoul Olympics.
Seoul Olympics, yeah.
I probably remember more about the Seoul Olympics than I do the Paris Olympics.
Okay, well,
it's an age thing, I think.
I know the feeling.
When you're a kid, you just soak all this stuff up like a sponge.
Correct.
Now it's just sort of more passes you by. So George Dockrell to continue then from the Sunday's well end. He's bowled exceptionally well so far. It's strange to think that there was a time when George stopped bowling just to take up his batting.
Well, you know, there's a lot to admire in George Dockrell as a cricketer. I mean, you think that he was first capped at 17, and the way he came back through his batting, as you say, that took a lot of determination. I think he probably got the yips like a lot of left-armers do, a lot of left-arm spin bowlers, but took some courage to come back to where he's at now.
And now bowling as well as he's ever done. They take one, decide against the second, and when you see a throw from Gate like that, you can understand why they turned down the second run. And your own playing career, Peter.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, yeah, I played in the old Guinness Cup, which was the Inter-Pro series back then. So it was 6 sides. North, West and ourselves played as one unit, but they split NCU into Ulster Town and Ulster Country, and then Leinster was split into North and South. So we were always the whipping boys, but you know, we'd some notable victories here and there. And
you say whipping boys, but you know, sometimes when you're not expected to win, it makes it, when you do win, so much sweeter.
Correct, and we certainly enjoyed it when we did win.
And that's the way you should do. Yeah. Absolutely.
So happy memories, I must say, but yeah.
Well, just one ball left in this Dockrell over. This is his 5th, halfway through his allocation of 10 overs. And so far it's gone exceptionally well for him. 1 for 11 from 5 overs. And he's a big reason why they have pegged this Marrion score back. When you saw Marrion heading off after the first 5 overs, they were up to 35, 7 and over. And you thought, well, if they continue at that rate. However, Phoenix have done a fine job in pulling them back. And now the score after 31 overs is 1, 2, 3 for 3.
Well, it's interesting you should say that, because I was talking to some of the Phoenix stalwarts in the pavilion as that was unfolding. One of them turned to me and said, "It's over already." But you know, as we've said a few times already, it's in a final. You know, the tension and pressure comes into it, and I think we're just going through that phase of the game now where it's Phoenix are fighting back hard.
Yep, it's you know, as you were saying, the general consensus was around 230 was par. In the commentary box we were saying 240. Ted Williamson was suggesting 240, 250. But it's... They run one, they don't think of the second. It must have come off the bat, which negates Sidhu's appeals. Umpire Azam Ali Beg deciding that one came off the bat. I think the bowler thought it may have hit the pad first. Harwison, who's moved on to 11 now from just 27, but he's doing an ideal job. He's just being the partner of John Anderson at the moment.
Absolutely, giving them the strike. So it is turning a bit.
It's been a lovely wicket your curator has provided for us today.
Well, we're blessed with Matt Reid. He's a Kiwi, and he has it down to a fine art now at this stage in terms of how to manage the Mardyke through all sorts of different cycles of its condition.
Yeah, they're worth their weight in gold, aren't they? Good groundsmen.
Yeah, and I'm a firm believer in, you know, when you have somebody that good, you let them get on with it, you know, and you just you're there in the background saying, look, you know, any support you need, let us know. But we'll
let you get on with it.
Yeah,
I heard a great one the other day. Manager talking to staff. I employed you to tell me what you need, not to tell you what to do.
Right.
And I thought that was brilliant, and applies equally to groundsmen. They are a breed apart.
They are, yeah, but
and we have to be thankful for that.
Correct.
But yeah, great ground, super crowd here today. I always love seeing a good crowd at a cricket match in Ireland, and of course the Butlers All Ireland Irish Senior Cup, great occasion. And a great idea in bringing it down here for the 150th.
Well, I think so, and as I said earlier, we're very grateful.
Did you go to Cricket Islands? And
Well, I think to be fair, it came through a member of the club, David Griffin, who was the president of Cricket Ireland last year. So he negotiated it, and it is a great honour to have it here.
Must also, just while we're on the subject of the occasion, must congratulate you on the catering. Elite Catering did a fine job at lunch there.
Well, they did, yeah, and they do a lot of catering for us on and off, and also next door in the tennis club. So yeah, they are very good.
I went with the vegetable curry and I found that absolutely delicious.
Yeah,
really nice, and many thanks to you and to them for providing
very
that.
Welcome.
Dockrell again with head in hands. Another one that he felt was close to taking that wicket that Phoenix are desperately looking for. And I'll tell you here and now, if a wicket does fall, there's going to be an almighty roar around the ground.
Well, I think there's a realisation with the Phoenix batters, that they just got to hang in through this tough period, because there's plenty of time from their point of view.
Yeah, the required rate, well, it's crept up a bit, but it's still under 5 and over.
Yeah,
and
wickets in hand.
Wickets in hand is the important thing. Well, that's come down towards us, and it's come out of the hands of Dev, and it is cleaned up behind the fielder behind. Well, could that be? Well, I don't want to put it in the Gibbs point of view of you've just dropped the cup, but that was an important catch to take, and he missed it, unfortunately.
Absolutely vital. That had been building for a while, and it was pretty much routine, I would have said, at this level. But again, pressure does strange things, and it went down.
Cup finals or something else.
Working very hard for that.
Yeah. It looks now the sub-fielder coming on for Dev. I think that one may have come off his hands to his head, but he's off to the sidelines. I think it's because of the way it came through. I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's you drop that, get off the pitch. I think
he just got his timing wrong, didn't he? And
his hands and his legs weren't on the same page, and I think the hand deflected the ball onto his head, and that's why he's gone to the sidelines. Just to check that out and make sure he's okay. Yeah, you can see he's just touching his head there. Well, there is part of today's crowd. Well, they brought a big enough flag anyway.
They did. Presence, the Marrion stand.
Yes, well, very much so. Lots of support out there. It's great to see. People still coming through the gates. And then you see, well, there are I won't say dressing rooms, but the players' area before we come round to the clubhouse. And you see all the Alakadoos and interested spectators. A bit more to the right, and you'd see the bar, and I'd say it's packed with those Strabane fans.
Yes, they're beginning to roll in. All great characters. I met Mark Gillespie there, the famous leg spinner from Strabane. Played against him back in the day at the Northwest.
Well, that's the other thing about an occasion like this, the Butlers Irish Senior Cup. You do reminisce with people who have come down. I was talking with Gordon Black and with Michael Halliday from the 86 team earlier, and there's 6 of that team here today.
Yes.
And a great opportunity for them to take a lap and remember and criticise the new players, as we all do. Jack Lawler now to come back on at the Mardyke Walk end. He bowled very well in his first spell, and it was really his bowling that started just to put the brakes on the Marrion reply. 129 for 3. Well, that's the third time I've seen a bowler hit the turf. The effort ball. Umpire just checking the footmarks.
Darren Goff used to specialise in that back in the day, didn't he?
He did. He did. Gravity would grab him and throw him on the ground.
So Alf Masood is the other great Phoenix name that's on the ground today.
Yes. Yes,
And,
my goodness. I thought for ages his name was Alf Masood 100 because every time you heard about him, he'd scored more runs. He was an absolute run machine in the day.
Well, they say he would have played for Pakistan no problem had he stayed, but he's now involved in the in their youth academy and spends 5 months of the year in Pakistan, appointed by none other than Imran Khan himself. So,
wow, isn't that's a recommendation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, umpire Johnny Kennedy just had a word with Sam Harbison. With John Anderson rather, about he was coming down the pitch and then running into the danger area and taking his singles. So you could see with that last delivery the exaggerated movement to take him off the wicket. His way of showing the umpire that, yes, I listened to you. Here we go. This time punched through on the offside, squared the wicket. Yeah, I was down here a couple of years ago for interprovincial games. Again, on the mic here, but one of my favourite cups at home is the one I bought in your bar.
Okay.
The little Cork County Cup.
Oh, well, thank you.
And people wonder why do you have a Cork County Cup? Because I like that club and they sell cups.
Well, of course, it is the Richard Beamish ground, and
full flow of the bat on this occasion from Harbinson. It's going to race out towards the team tents. Amish Sidhu it is who does the fielding. But yes, it raised a few eyebrows when people see it. When did you play for Cork? And one of our members actually was down here. He was working in Cork Monday to Friday. James Cresswell, Australian lad.
know the name, yeah.
And he joined Cork County for a couple of summers,
Right.
midweek only. James is actually down in Sydney Parade for Pembroke today, commentating on our second 11. I think I got the better deal, to be honest with you.
So just to maybe finish on the Beamish connection, it is known as the Richard Beamish ground, and he was our president in 1993, obviously from the Beamish and Crawford family, the brewing family, and when he passed away, we went to Castlelyons, which is up near Fermoy, for the funeral service, and the eulogy was given by none other than Shane Jemison of the Jemison family. So Jemison saying goodbye to Beamish.
Yes. Yes. And of course, it's only down the road. You've Middleton as well. I drove through Middleton on my way here.
Yeah.
I was very tempted to pop in. I've been in there before. It was a lovely experience.
So I gather, yeah.
It was a day to make the other half drive.
Okay.
Dockrell to continue now from the Sunday's well end. Score 133 for 3 off 34. 16 overs to go. Now the difference between the two teams quite stark. At the same stage, Phoenix were 34 runs better off, but they were 7 down. Whereas Marrion just the 3 wickets down, and that's been the difference. It's been the wicket taking.
Well, I think, as it stands, Dockrell has been involved in 2 incidents that have been crucial. Obviously, that one we just witnessed there with the drop catch, which he'd been working on for a while. But of course, he was going nicely at the crease when he was run out, somewhat unfortunately. So there are 2 significant pieces in the match so far, to my mind.
Well, the other significant thing for George, of course, was he was playing in the Leinster Senior Cup final only 3 weeks ago and was run out cheaply on that day as well.
Okay, I think somebody mentioned that. Yeah.
And neither time has it been George's. I want to state, in case George is listening back to this, neither time would I attribute blame to him.
But he has a fantastic temperament, very even-tempered.
It's just even, isn't it?
And it's a great attribute to have as a cricketer. I certainly didn't have it.
No, you and me both, Peter. But George, he is constantly at the same level, whether things are going well or things are going badly to George. It's just another minute has passed. I'm sure he does have his moments. I'm sure there are people out there who oh, you should have seen him on this day.
As we all do.
Ah, yeah.
But in general.
And as Kipling would say, take success and failure the same.
That's right. Mike Atherton quotes him regularly, doesn't he?
Yes. Mike Atherton, certainly one of the finest of the modern commentators in my mind. And also an excellent print journalist.
Very good.
End of the over. George's 7th over. Well, it just had that one bye in it. And it's 1 for 14. Peter, thank you very much for joining us.
Not at all. Pleasure.
And very best of luck to Cork County going forward, and for the rest, well, the remaining part of your 150th celebrations. Is there any bigger dinner at the end of the season?
Well, we're hoping to have a gala dinner at the end of the season. Mr. Gooch, who's a regular visitor to Cork, is hoping to do the honours, but yet to be confirmed. But yes, we're looking forward to the remainder of it. Thank you for having me on. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Absolutely brilliant to talk to you, and the very cracking 4, straight back past the bowler. Lawler back into the attack and immediately hit to the boundary for 4 runs. 138 for 3. We'd like to thank Peter Dineen for joining us, chairman of Cork County Cricket Club, and also Michael Halliday, Brian McNeese and Dom Joyce, who have all spent a few overs with us here today. We hope you've enjoyed their contributions. And now we're getting into the last, well, it's going to be the last 15 overs. 2 balls gone in this Lawler over. The first one went for 4, then a dot ball. 74 to win now of 88. And we're getting down to the stage, an important stage here, in deciding the destination of the Bob Kerr Trophy in this Butlers Irish Senior Cup final. Well, both teams would have travelled with a lot of hope. Phoenix, well, they'd have been disappointed with their losing of wickets and loss of wickets through that first innings, but they really are dragging it back now, bringing it a much closer game. Oh my word, what a piece of fielding by Tyrone Kane. He flung himself to his left there. That was absolutely fabulous. Moving so quickly in the field, down to his left. And made sure that was a dot ball on one that Harbison was convinced was going to the boundary. Well, this one comes off the pads. Lawler, one of the few not to appeal. Pretorius, another one. I'll give you some idea. Bye signalled. One more onto the total. The important information as far as you're concerned, our viewers, is 73 to win. 85 balls and 7 wickets in hand. Dockrell running around the field like a young calf. Over up. Lawler's over. Just seeing 5 runs added to the score. That's exactly what Marrion are looking for. 139 for 3 after 36. And now Phoenix reaching that stage of the innings whereby they're going to have to decide their bowling order going through. Adam Chester has got plenty of bowling to choose from. He's used 6 bowlers. But certainly Dockrell and Lawler doing their best to drag Phoenix back into this game. Well, big blow to Cow Corner, nearly taking out the computer of one of the sports photographers on the ground. He's just in front of the white picket fence there. And Harbison moves on to 24. This time he comes straight down the wicket, and this time clears the fence by a good 24 inches. 6 runs onto the total, 10 off 2 balls, and they were stuck in the mud for so long that suddenly free-flowing bats. It looks like Anderson and Harbison have decided they've got things close enough that they can now afford to take a few more risks. That bye will bring up the 150 in the 37th over. And that will mean that there's just 62 runs to win, 62 runs to enable Sam Harbison to lift the Bob Kerr Trophy. It's been fascinating today listening to a couple of winners of the Irish Senior Cup. An honour that doesn't come to many players. A couple of discussions within the Phoenix fielders now. Harbison enjoying this over from Dockrell. He's moved on to 30 from just 42 balls. Taking no unnecessary risk against Dockrell. Looking again to push one past Ben White and take the single. Not happening on this occasion. 37 overs gone, 151 for 3. And that's a fine over as far as Marrion are concerned. 12 runs coming from it. And now we enter the last 13 overs of this match. And Ben White back on to bowl from the Mardyke walk end. Many thanks to Peter Deneen for educating me as to the names of the ends here at the Mardyke. These two came together with the score on 97. They've now a partnership of 55, and what a vital partnership it is. It's the biggest partnership of the game to date, but it's also probably the most important one. Captain Harbison plays a T20 shot, just lays the bat out, lets the ball hit the bat, and it runs away to the boundary, and that's another 4 runs. Inventive shot from Harbison, and that's what he's known for. Not afraid to take on the unusual shots. Takes White on, but White does enough. Dev back on the field now. He's been off for his attention. And blow to the head when he managed to just spill a hard hit shot above his eye line. Oh, another one has gone through the slip area. It runs away for a boundary. Dockrell performing intricate gymnastics in an attempt to get a hand free to get there. Wasn't able to on this occasion. It runs away for another 4. 9 runs from White's over so far. But they are creating opportunities. They do say catches win matches. And George has had one at slip that he only managed to parry. And another one that's actually got past him. Dev had a catch that on another day we would have taken. And Harbison now on 38, the same as his partner. The last ball of the over brings another run. Score moves on to 161 for 3. Well, there is the overall view, and there is the Marrion batting card. Mod Gill with a fine 42 at the top of the innings, and Darney looked good for his 19. Ross Lee played a couple of good shots before he perished for 12. But these two now, they're both on 38. They've a half-century partnership. And Marrion require 52 more runs. This one's in the air. It's going to fall into spare ground. It will just be the 2 runs. 2 more onto the total. Live scoring will bring you those 2 runs as soon as possible. You can see that, well, Marrion have decided to accelerate here and try and put this beyond any doubt. Let's put it the other way. Phoenix need to be better than 52 for 7. As that one, well, that's going to clear the tennis club, I'd say. That is a big 6. The umpire is going to have to signal that, immediately go off and find another ball. The players will ask if they can get a drink. And Harbison moves on to 47. And he really has just picked up the baton and is running with it and running with it to the finish line. 43 required now. Seems only a second ago it was 62 required. And immediately, well, not immediately, but very quickly, Marrion doing a very good job. This is the Phoenix bowling card. Dockrell it is at the moment, into his 9th over. 1 for 33 he has, and that includes that very large 6 that probably was worth 12. The other wicket taker, Amish Sidhu, he's taken 1 for 23, and Ben White 1 for 26. So you can see it's all spinners that have taken the wickets. And it's all the spinners that have created the opportunities. 3 opportunities that, unfortunately for Phoenix, they haven't been able to take. And as a result, Marrion just 3 wickets down, 43 to win. Cut away, down to 3rd man. It's going to be another boundary. Shane Getgate it is, who will allow the spectator to return it to him. And that is a fine 50 runs for Sam Harbison. Captain of a side, you want to be that person. You want the ball, you want the bat. He's scored 51 from just 52 deliveries. He's hit 6 4s and 2 6s, and he's been out there for the best part of an hour. First man to reach the half-century mark in this final. And if you're going to be the one to pick up the cup, you certainly want to contribute as captain, and he has done so. Did well with the ball earlier on, and now doing a fabulous job with the bat. Came in with his side, well, not in trouble, but on the edge of trouble, and he has steered them away from that, together with John Anderson, who has 38 from 89 balls, characteristically. However, he's done exactly what has been needed here in the Mardyke, exactly what's been needed here in this Butlers Irish Senior Cup final. Call is for 2. I don't think they will take 2. Sidhu it is. It does the fielding and prevents the second run. Well, Sam Harbison, he's the first one to reach the half century. I can assure you his wagon wheel is slightly less plain than that. So 11 overs to go. 66 deliveries in which Marrion need to score 38 runs. Phoenix either need to take 7 wickets or prevent them taking 38 runs. It's starting to look very much like this is Marrion's game. Although Phoenix still will have some say about that. Amish Sidhu returning to the attack from the Mardyke walk end. Fascinating to hear Peter Deneen talking about the people who grew up in this area. Tom Kiernan, Ireland and the Lions. Noel Cantwell, Ireland and Manchester United. Oh, the reverse sweep. It's gone up in the air a long way. The fielder coming round for it, but it reaches the turf before he gets to it. However, he stops it crossing the rope. Again, Harbinson with the inventive shot. Now he's reached his half century. He feels a certain amount of freedom. Sidhu trying to tempt again. Perhaps. This time, well, Harbinson wanted to sweep. He got into position and then had to wait for the ball to arrive. Sidhu with a much better delivery, forcing the defensive shot from Anderson. Well, they can just pick up those singles at will now. The field having to be spread. And there is the partnership. 79 these two have put on together. It's by far the largest partnership we've seen here today. It's only taken them an hour, but you can see from 106 balls they really have been quite cautious. And they needed to be early on, but since Harbinson decided with 14 overs to go to start taking on the bowling, he has shot ahead of his partner. He's reached his half century. The first one we've seen today. And now Ben White will come on from the Sunday's well end with his leg spin and attempt to break this partnership. .36 to win from 10 overs. And just as the first innings finished 5 overs early, because Phoenix were all out, one gets the feeling that this might be similar as well. Well, White finally takes the wicket. John Anderson plays the wrong shot to the wrong ball, and he departs for 39. But what a job he has done for his team. 93 balls he's been out there. He has been the rock on which the Marrion innings has been built. He leaves for 39. Strike rate, well, 41.49. It was exactly what was required on the day. And look at that, just the 2 fours. And he was there for 3 minutes short of 2 hours. And he's escorted from the pitch. John Anderson, who started the day as the second leading run scorer in this competition. And the next man in, coming in at number 6, Peter Francis, bowled so well, opened the bowling earlier on and bowled so well for Marrion. There's a big reason why Marrion find themselves only chasing 212 for victory. And I can tell you that with the bat in the Leinster Leagues, excluding obviously the Butlers Irish Senior Cup, I can tell you that Peter Francis is averaging over 55 and has over 300 runs. Not a bad man to have coming in at number 6. Well, he certainly starts with a flashing blade. The flashing blade of Zorro outside off stump. Nice delivery from White. It's amazing the difference taking a wicket makes to a bowler. Suddenly a bit more energy, a bit more pep. The important thing as far as Marrion are concerned is that Sam Harbinson is still there. He's done his job so well that Francis can afford I was going to say just to keep that over out, but he can afford to flash the bat at those balls going past his off stump with little or no danger. So 9 overs remain. 36 still the required number to get them to 212. Little patches of blue sky above, still no sign of the sun. Robinson, first ball of the over, plays it down to long on, takes the single. Well, with the loss of that wicket, maybe it will take some of the momentum out of the Marrion innings. But you feel that unless Phoenix can actually put the handbrake on for Marrion by taking a couple of quick wickets here, you get the feeling that Marrion's still very much in the driver's seat. George Dockrell still having fun in the field, no matter the state of the game. Sidhu bowling well here, extracting a bit of turn from the wicket. You get the feeling that Francis may be better off just leaving the flashing blade alone at the moment and just build an innings and be the support for Sam Harbinson. Well, he's gone big. It's on the offside. The fielder's trying to get there. And Tyrone Kane has taken a magnificent catch. And Francis departs without scoring. And as I said, this will suddenly bring some nerves into the Marrion sidelines. There'll be a sudden rushing for pads and bats and boxes. And they'll have to think, how are they going to get these runs? Francis departs after a fabulous catch by Tyrone Kane. Sidhu picks up his second wicket. He's now 2 for 26. He's just about to finish his 9th over. Sam Harbison gets a clean pair of, or dry pair of gloves.
Francis departs, and please welcome to the wicket, it is Michael Lewis.
Well, if you needed a man to come in for you, then Michael Lewis coming in at 7 is not a bad choice. Whatever happens from here on in, Sam Harbison can quite rightly claim to be the only man to reach a half-century. The question is whether he does it in a winning or a losing cause. Adam Chester it is at slip now. Chastised George Dockrell finds himself in the ring. Short third man. Sidhu just asks Chester to take one step to his right, a little bit wider. And Michael Lewis plays his first shot out in the offside for just a dot ball. The end of Sidhu's 9th over, 2 for 26. Well, they're certainly going to let him finish out his overs, one would have thought. 42 overs gone, 177 for 5. And the equation, well, it's on the bottom of your screen. For those of you who can't quite make that out, it's runs to win 35, balls remaining 48, wickets in hand 5. And after 42 overs, 177 for 5. And Ben White, unsurprisingly, having taken a wicket in his previous over, as Phoenix have claimed 2 in 2. They'll be looking to do the same again here and really drag this game back for Phoenix and bring them back into the picture. Nicely played away on the offside. They call for 2, but the fielder has it in his hands and he has a good throw. That is the call from Ben White. Long way to go. Encouraging his fielders, letting them know this is not a walk in the park for Marrion. And even a full toss now. Only worth a single, but it does get Lewis off strike. It brings Harbison back on. That's good running from Michael Lewis. As soon as he saw the ball heading into a little bit of space, he knew that he'd get down the far end. And his captain agreed with him and left it to him. Another one onto the total. Well, the fielder was put out there specifically for that shot. And unfortunately, it just falls out of Theo Dempsey's hands. He managed to cover a lot of distance to get to it. Ben White is standing there, hands on hips. But really, that was one where there would have been a massive cheer if the wicket had been taken. Ben White congratulating Theo Dempsey on the catch. Or on the attempt at the catch. It wasn't to be on this occasion. But Lewis back on strike now. That's just dropped on the offside. They come through for the single, and Tyrone Kane, even though he picked up the ball cleanly, could do nothing to prevent it. 183 for 5. And the runs required finally drops below 30. It had been above 30 for a while. It's sort of coming down in fits and starts now. Adam Chester having a word with Tyrone Kane. Deciding... Amish Sidhu. And he's going to bowl his final over, and why wouldn't he? No debate really in that. Took a wicket in his previous over. He has one left. And with just 7 overs left in the match. Well, Marrion are in the box seat. Phoenix, well, they'd be looking to evict them from there. Well, that one came off the middle of the bat, so I don't quite know what the appeal was for. Good ball all the same from Amish Sidhu. Well, an appeal turns into a leg bye. It's a beautiful shot, cut away, threading the eye of the needle between 2 competing fielders. One going to his right, one going to his left, and neither one of them could get there in time. 4 runs, and suddenly it's 2 dozen required. So 1 ball left in his allocation today. Amish Sidhu. Can see why he's in the Leinster Lightning squad. And he ends with a dot ball, and that's a fine 10 over spell. Amish Sidhu, 2 for 31. And he'll be pleased with his day's work. He'd have liked another wicket or 2, no doubt. Has a quick word with the umpire. That's him done. 10 overs. He'll put the jumper back on. Ben White will continue then from the Sunday's well end. Sidhu, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. And that is a magnificent performance on such a big stage. Butlers Irish Senior Cup final, and Sidhu's 2 for 31, going a big way to keeping Phoenix in this match. 5 wickets in hand, 23 required, 6 overs to go. And there we go. That's the wicket they wanted. Sam Harbison departs for 60, and suddenly this game is alive again. Both established batsmen, Anderson and Harbison, have disappeared. Lewis will be joined by a new partner who's still requiring 23 to win, and just 34 balls remaining. Well, this is suddenly turning into a very tight match indeed. 189 for 6. Next to the crease, I believe, will be James Forbes.
Sam Harbinson departs. And please welcome to the wicket the new bat from Marrion, who is Jamie Forbes.
Jamie Forbes, the new batsman, left-handed. Well, what a week it is for the Forbes family. Jamie here appearing in the Butlers Irish Senior Cup final for the Bob Kerr Trophy. And Sarah Forbes making her debut for Irish women in the victory over Sri Lanka. Ben White now to bowl to the left-hander, staying over the wicket. Puts it in with a bit of pace. As keen as Lewis was to take the single. Forbes says no, sends him back. Well, that was a fine wicket by Ben White, getting one to take the edge of the bat, sliding through to slip. Adam Chester taking the catch. Well, you could see the intent from Forbes there. That wasn't quite the ball to play the shot to. And with two new batsmen at the wicket and 23 runs still required, Phoenix starting to believe that they will and truly are back in this game. It was slipping away from them while Harbison and Anderson were together. Biggest stand of the match so far those two put on. But not only have they got rid of one of them, they've got rid of both of them. And suddenly there are 6 wickets down and nerves will be a jangling on the sidelines. This time played into the offside. The fielder in the ring will pick it up, but it will just be a single. That ends White's over. It will give Forbes the strike at the other end, and it means the score is now 190 for 6 from 45. The situation is we have 5 overs remaining. Marrion have 4 wickets in hand, but they still require 23 runs. Getting very tight out there now. What an enthralling game of cricket it's been. Sometimes people will tell you that the run fests are the best to watch, and I'm telling you that this sort of game, not as high scoring as you'd expect. 1 half-century in the game. No one bowler dominating. It's just been nip and tuck a lot of the way through this. Johnny Kennedy and Azam Ali Beg doing a fabulous job out in the middle as umpires. And I'm sure they're enjoying this conclusion as much as you are and we are. Crowd's gone very quiet now, and that's because the tension is building. 22 to win, 30 balls to go. Well, there was a massive cheer as Adam Chester took that catch at slip. I can only imagine it would get louder and louder if wickets were to fall now. Just played around the corner. They'll only take a single. Forbes moves on to 2. And Lewis comes on to strike. Michael Lewis, another one who is scoring runs in the Leinster Senior Premiership. Over 200 runs at that level. But possibly his most important innings of the season here in front of you now. He's 4 not out. Getting to that stage of the match now where you start thinking about such things as man of the match. Well, it's impossible to decide at the moment. You want to see what happens. Tyrone Kane again with a nice bit of fielding. Ben White doing the clearing up. Won't stop them taking a run. Another one just played around the corner again. Well, those two shots have brought a change in the field. Amish Sidhu coming into the ring from the boundary, trying to cut off that single. Dev in his 5th over now. Well, that brought a cheer from the sidelines. Bump ball. This time cut away through the ring. George Dockrell, well, he was in slip earlier. He now finds himself on the boundary rope in front of the clubhouse. And the runs required now down as far as 18. Well, the reverse gets past the keeper. Another single, 5 from the over. Dev 0 for 22 from his 5 overs. And with 4 overs remaining, 17 required. Well, we thought that Marrion would reach their target inside the 50 overs. Well, that was earlier, before wickets were falling. Now, with the way the game is poised, 4 wickets in hand, 17 to win. It's a long way off, but it's oh so close as well. Shane Getgate claiming his extra inches will help on the boundary running. In the end, Getgate called into the circle. Boy, I don't know how that ball ended up down there, but they do take the single. That must have bounced around like a pinball machine before it finally emerged just wide of slip. Plenty of space on the leg side to be taking singles, perhaps twos. 4 men on the boundary, or 3 men on the boundary, just the one inside the circle. But he doesn't need any of them. Ben White has bowled Michael Lewis for 6 runs. And suddenly, wow, you can sense the excitement amongst the crowd. The Marrion crowd very quiet now. 3 wickets in hand, 16 to win. And Ben White has taken a wicket. Lewis departs for 6 and he's bowled, and that brings Max Sorensen to the middle.
196 for 7.
And suddenly at 196 for 7, nerves will be jangling on the sidelines.
Big welcome, please, to the wicket, Max Sorensen.
Well, it gets a polite round of applause from the spectators. I think they're 2 tenths at the moment to welcome anybody anywhere. Max Sorensen. 3 wickets in hand now. Just 3 wickets away for Phoenix. Marrion yet to reach 200. Just 16 required. .22 balls remaining. Max Sorensen, old school, obscuring the helmet, going with the cap. Marrion cap that's seen plenty of sunlight. And still people coming through the gates. And Sorensen with a good step forward. Johnny Kennedy raises the finger and suddenly Phoenix believe. What a strange game cricket is. Marrion had this game wrapped up and just through sheer persistence Phoenix have kept at them. They haven't let their heads drop and now they have them 8 down. Sorensen departs, second ball, and with 16 to win they only have 2 wickets in hand. This is coming down to an absolutely magnificent finish. Well, Ben White may have struggled early on, but now he is in his element. He has a 5 for 33. It's magnificent bowling from him, and he certainly is putting himself and putting his side in line. Well, suddenly this game has come to the boil. Most of the day it's been like a watch kettle, but now you take your eye off it for a second. Boiling everywhere. Devaraj, well, he did a fine job with the ball, and let's see what he can do against it. Just 2 wickets in hand. 16 runs still required. And it's impossible to say who is going to be lifting the Bob Kerr trophy. He lets that one go past the off stump. Well, if this over follows the pattern it's followed so far, one suspects this could be another wicket. And if it is, wow. Inside edge, it flies away, they go for the single, they'll get through for the single. That brings it down to 15. Devereux will be on strike again. Well, that's the end of Ben White's 10 overs, and what a 10 overs it has been. Towards the end, absolutely magnificent. He's had 1 maiden and he's conceded 34 runs. But the important thing there, you see the wickets column. He is a wicket taker and he's taken 5 today. And what a way to play in an Irish Senior Cup final. 5 for 34. And this game is very much in the balance now. 3 overs to go, 15 runs required. Even I don't need a calculator for that one. Now, Dev to bowl the 48th over. Adam Chester making sure that the field is set right for him. Well, it's flown in the air through the ring. No fielder in that particular pace. And it lets them get through for a single. It brings Jamie Forbes, the left-hander, back on strike. Left-hander just tucks it round the corner. It will just be another single. Every single now being applauded by the Marrion faithful. 199 for 8, 13 required, 16 balls. And suddenly, all 3 finishes are on here. Played away, wider slip. Dockrell can't quite take it cleanly enough to let go as well. Caught in his fingers, they get through for another single, and that brings up the 200. 12 required, 15 balls to go. One batsman ready to run, the other one unwilling to leave his crease. Misfield from Tyrone Kane, probably the right decision. Don't run on a misfield. It's a cliche for a reason. And that's swept around the corner, but for no run. The ball is thrown to the bowler's end. The batsman gets back safely. And this is certainly a game for the ages. My goodness, how tight it is. Still 12 to win, 13 balls remaining. And this time they do go through for the single. There'll be no thought of a second. Forbes will retain the strike for the penultimate over. Score moves on to 201 for 8. And they find themselves 10 runs behind, or put it another way, 11 runs to win. Well, who'd have thought half an hour ago things would be this tense? A lot of it is down to Ben White. Adam Chester now with a big decision to make. And he turns to his Irish international, George Dockrell. Well, there's a brains trust. George Dockrell, Tyrone Kane, Adam Chester the captain, and Shane Getgate. Plenty of experience there. Well, whichever side do end up lifting the trophy today, they know that it's been in a battle.
Take the chance, lad.
Played away on the offside, through points. There is a fielder on the boundary. He'll prevent anything other than a single. Batsman just having his shoelace retied. Well, I can tell you there are 22 players who, with this much tension spread over the day, going to sleep well tonight, win, lose or tie. Plenty of discussion about field placing at this stage, as you can understand. That one gets through to the keeper, and now it's a run or ball that is required by Marrion. You'd think George Dockrell was playing backyard cricket. He's just so relaxed about it. Well, big swipe by the batsman to no avail on this occasion. Suddenly they need more than one a ball, and Phoenix suddenly becoming very vocal on the sidelines. And there's a stumping. That's the one method of dismissal we haven't seen today. Dockrell pulls Devereux down the crease. He falls for 3, and with 1 wicket in hand, Marrion still require 10 runs, and they've only got 8 balls to do it in.
We're in the 49th over. Marrion now 212 for 9.
No.
Sorry, Marrion 202 for 9. And would you welcome to the wicket for Marrion, Tom Stanton.
Well, Tom Stanton was one of the opening bowlers in the first innings, and now he is the last batsman to come out. He's going to be facing the bowling of George Dockrell, who has 2 balls remaining in his spell. Takes a leg stump guard. And how must the players be feeling out there now? How would you be feeling if you're out the field and the ball is hit in the air towards you? The Irish Senior Cup on the line. This one gets past Stanton, goes through to Pretorius behind the stumps. Dockrell now to finish his spell. Wide ball signalled. Runs to win, drops to single digits. And that one just played out as a dot ball, and that means that Marrion will require 9 runs to win from the final over. Adam Chester now. Well, the Brains Trust is getting bigger and bigger. Every player wants to have their say now. Ben White just walking straight to his fielding position. He'll leave Dockrell, Kane, captain, to decide what is happening. It looks like the final over is going to come down to Dev. Devender. And what a finish to what a final. Pretorius calls for the helmet. Six balls remaining, 9 runs to win. 1 over to determine the fate of the Bob Kerr Trophy, the Butlers Irish Senior Cup. The left arm spin. Jamie Forbes to face. It's in the air, it reaches the turf, but it's only 1 run. The attempted reverse not getting to the boundary. 8 to win, 5 balls remaining. Just a single. Phoenix won't mind that now. And what a comeback this has been from the team in black. When Marrion started their innings off, it looked like they had it under control. When Harbison and Anderson were together, it looked like Marrion had it under control. And Chester finishes adjusting his field. Tyrone Kane comes behind square on the leg side. Oh my goodness, that has landed a foot inside the line. 4 runs, 3 to win from 3 balls. This is just an incredible game of cricket, and what a finish it has been. It has just bubbled up into this cliffhanger. 3 off 3. Which way is it going to go? Hit along the ground. They'll take 1. Will they take on the arm? No, they won't. They're 1 behind now. There are 2 balls remaining. Spectators from both sides now, if they've any nails left at all. Two runs to win, 2 balls remaining, 1 wicket in hand. Discussions and field settings, and every fielder wondering if they're in exactly the right spot. Is this where you want me? Where's the ball going to go? And they've done away with the slip. Tom Stanton now. The most important ball he's going to face all season. He tries to scoop it. He claims he wasn't there. It went through to the keeper, and Phoenix are the Butlers Irish Senior Cup winners. And it is they who will pick up the Bob Kerr Trophy. And no doubt, Phoenix absolutely delighted. They have come back from, well, if not the dead, then very close to it. And Phoenix Cricket Club claim their 2nd Bob Kerr Trophy, having last won in 1986. And they have won by the most incredible margin of 1 run. Well, all out for 210. Who would have thunk it? Absolutely incredible, enthralling game of cricket. This is why we love the game. It can swing one way and the other, and you are never, ever out of it. And that's what Phoenix have proved today. And they've got there by 1 run. Tom Stanton trying to just get a lap over the keeper or past the keeper, and his 3 millimetres is probably the difference between where he wanted the ball to be and where it was. As it is, well, Phoenix take the wicket. Delighted for the coaching staff. Dave Langford-Smith, ex-Irish international himself and one of the nicest guys in cricket. Colin Byrne, well, Collie spends a lot of time in Phoenix, has the green vest on there today, and he will celebrate just as hard as any of the players. That is a truly magnificent come-from-behind victory for Phoenix Cricket Club, and they will take the Bobcare back to the park tonight. The photographers getting in on the act, the players celebrating, but one has to have a thought for the players of Marrion. And the teams come together and shake hands. One side absolutely devastated, the other side absolutely elated. Well, Sam Harbison leading his side there. Handshakes down the line, and many congratulations to Phoenix. 2 umpires also thanked for their contribution, and don't forget the 2 scorers either. They have done a fabulous job quietly getting on with their work and providing us with the graphics and the information. Well, when we started at midday today, it started off very quickly. Shane Getgate, well, he was LBW in the first over, and that sort of set the card from there on in. Levin Shields and Jack Lawler, they put together a bit for Phoenix and started pushing the score on, but Dockrell was most unfortunately, unfortunately, brilliantly run out by John Anderson, where John Anderson managed to pluck just 1 bail from the setting stumps and left Dockrell short of his ground. Amish Sidhu came and went, didn't really. Pretorius, well, he played very well in connection with Kane, and they did much in getting Phoenix to that score of 2-11. The tail, did it wag? Not really, but it came together, and those 78 runs, the last 4 wickets put together, vitally important. And you can see there, Kane on the right-hand side in partnership with Pretorius of 32, but then involved in all the partnerships right down to the end. 32, 25, 30 and 23. 110 runs were scored while Tyrone Kane was in the middle. Well, the Marrion bowling, they used just the 5 bowlers, and each one of them did a different job, but did it very well. Peter Francis opened the bowling, took that first wicket, and ended up with 3 for 37. Devereux, he 2 for 61, and Max Sorensen coming in with 2 for 41. Tom Stanton, he opened the bowling, and he bowled very well throughout the innings, just going for 33 runs. You can see across the bottom, the biggest partnership was that for the second wicket of 46 runs, and other than that, the partnerships didn't really come together for Phoenix. Then, in reply, well, here is the tale, and that's, well, a story that perhaps Marrion will look back on with regret. Mod Gill and Doheny got them off to a flyer of a start, and Anderson did a fabulous job, lasting 94 balls and picking up 39 runs in his time in the middle. Adam Rossley, well, he looked good for the 8 deliveries he was there, but he departed for 12. But that just brought the captain, Sam Harbison, in. He was the only person to score a half-century in this match, and who says that every good match has to be a run fest. Well, he picked up 60 off just 66, but Peter Francis, Lewis, Sorensen, Devereux and Staunton all fell by the wayside, leaving Jamie Forbes 14 not out and leaving Marrion just 1 run short. And And there you see the partnerships, the big partnership between Anderson and Harbinson. Well, Harbinson, he got very aggressive towards the end and he reached his half century, and a fine half century it was too. But you can see from the back end there, those last 5 wickets, we were saying how 101 runs came to Phoenix in those partnerships. Well, here it's 25-33. Well, whilst they make the presentation there, you just have a look there, and the standout figures. Obviously, Ben White, 5 for 34. Magnificent performance. The spinners doing the business here for Phoenix. And apart from that partnership between Harbison and Anderson, well, Marrion will be kicking themselves as they go up. So there is the match summary for this Butlers Irish Senior Cup for the Bob Kerr Trophy. And what a magnificent game of cricket we've seen. Exciting all the way through. And what a thrilling finish it was too. Phoenix first 11 won by 1 run. You can look at the details yourself there. Neither side batting the 50 overs. But what a magnificent final, and suitable for the 150th celebration of Cork County here at the Mardyke. Many congratulations to Phoenix. We thank you for watching us today, joining us here, and hopefully you'll do the same again tomorrow when we have the Butlers National Cup final between Rush and Strabane, and we hope you'll join us for that. It's a 1 o'clock start here again at the Mardyke. So tomorrow, the National Cup final, sponsored by Butlers again, and it will be Rush against Strabane, and we hope you'll join us for that at 1 o'clock, and we'll see you then.
Boys and girls, this is the Butlers Irish Senior Cup.